a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. Summer is here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you'll have to be there in person to vote. Plus the Elvis debate with Linda Kearns, and it's Dom Giordano Day. Scott Presler joins us too. Join the fun food and drink at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. I'll see you this Friday, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
MLB.tv is home to baseball's biggest stars. Watch every out-of-market game, live or on demand.
He got it! This is unbelievable!
Plus, you'll get 24/7 access to MLB Network. Stream every big pitch.
He struck him out!
Every home run.
Gone!
Everything baseball. All season long on MLB.tv. Start a free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Deep to right field, forget about it!
Send the Phillies stars south to Atlanta for the 2025 All-Star Game. Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at phillies.com/vote. Bring home the best bobble in baseball on Friday, July 18th when the Phillies take on the Angels at 6:45 and all fans receive a Pico JT Realmuto bobble figurine. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
away we go, live on a Wednesday, June 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzel with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Wednesday. That means Tony Bruno coming up from Florida at 7:45 for another midweek edition of The Cut Sheet. We will have Fight Club at 9:10 and Joe Conklin tickets to wrap up the show. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day.
Hump Day is here, baby. Hello, Gregory.
So now we're resorting to you calling me out on Twitter.
We have to build this up. This is
what did you do? What did Nick say?
This is like a wrestling pay-per-view.
No,
this is a Philadelphia headline. What did Nick say?
That's right.
Well, for those of you not on X, Nick and Dave Madden, one of our great listeners, and we'll take a ride on the Bend to Shore. Sorry, I almost called it the old name for it. It said that I did it when I was 29 and now I'm 45 with a, quote, dad bod?
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah. Was feeling good yesterday. Banged out 15 miles. I said, hey, Madden, you want to cut a promo here on Stocker? Build up the drama? He's like, sure, I'll record on my phone.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't like that. I didn't do anything to you. All I do is share my my mileage with you guys in our little group text. I never call you out and say, Kayal, your bald head can't compete with my 20 miles. Like, there's no need to get personal,
folks. He's getting soft. It's a midweek softie. Wow. Did not see this plot twist.
Yeah, no. Somebody pointed out yesterday I'm a giant hypocrite. Absolutely I am. I talk tough on the radio, but then when people come at me, it hurts my feelings.
Wow.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
I'm going to eventually go back out again. I have to. I did 20 miles. I need to increase my pacing.
Yep.
I know that.
That's what Madden said. He said 9 miles an hour is not going to be good enough. You'll finish on Monday.
What?
We have so much to get into this morning. The big take. Trump against perhaps the Ayatollah? Yes, more on Israel, Iran, the United States involvement, and just how far this country will go. We'll talk about that. Also, I want to get into Bobby Kennedy. I never thought, if you think about this, go back to the, quote, transplants that joined MAGA late in the election year. You had Bobby Kennedy, you had Elon Musk, you had Tulsi Gabbard. So Elon...
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan as well. But specifically just within the administration, those three. Elon is self-destructed. We talked about his ex-escapades a few weeks ago. Now there are reports that Tulsi, we don't care what you think. Just... You're the DNI by title, but your intelligence doesn't matter.
I mean,
you sit in the corner.
Trump said that.
Right.
Trump said, I don't care what she thinks.
Correct.
I'm going to do what I'm going to do, which he's the president. He has the right to do.
Which is fascinating. And then there's Bobby Kennedy getting things done. I never thought that Bobby Kennedy would be the one standing in the best graces of the three. But yet, here we are. Life comes at you fast, folks. We'll talk about that.
According to Tulsi Gabbard, she never... The media is blowing this out of proportion. She never actually said what she actually said.
Right.
So
it was a deep fake. Cheap fake.
I'll believe that when I see it, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. How about Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz? Huh?
I know.
I
Yeah.
Well, clearly Tucker wants to be the next host of Jeopardy.
What does that mean?
Well, it's like, what is the population? Let's go through the population of every country.
All right, Stenslin. Did I not say the population correctly of Iran 2 days ago? Like, it doesn't take... I'm certainly not a rocket scientist. I'm not a senator. I knew it. Why didn't he? It's not rocket science, dude. It's not. I said it. I'm a dope. I said it.
But I think it was a bizarre. It was a bizarre launch on the question. Do you know what I mean? Of all the things you could ask about, what do you know about a? Like if you said to me,
"Well, how about
Dawn? You love Italy.
Well, how about
what do you? You know what I mean? The population of Italy is like, I don't know.
I'd be way off.
The population just carrying it, knowing would be like 20th on the list of all the things that define a country or that you would know about a country.
The cruise-splaining on this is just ridiculous.
I'm not I'm just saying. You know, I don't know.
There's
He's a senator.
There's fastball stalker. He's back, folks.
He's a senator. They should know that. He has to know these things. We're about to bomb this country, right?
Well, if Lindsey Graham gets
allegedly,
his way, we're going to have boots on the ground.
We are about to. Some people say we're already at war. So we're about to bomb this country.
Yep.
Shouldn't we know a little bit about it before we have nukes?
I've given up on senators or congressmen and women reading anything or knowing anything. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene just signs things without reading it, so what the hell?
Well, with MJT, I will say this: the bigger problem, if you want to get to the root cause on that one, is that they had just gotten that bill. They kept rewriting it and probably slipping in new things that benefit, them, whatever. And so they get it, and they have like less than 24 hours or something to vote on the thing. That's a problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For all of them.
Nikki Haley all of a sudden has joined the chat. Never thought I would see this.
Of course.
Oh, jeez.
She says the U.S. should not engage in regime change in Iran. It's their decision to relieve a religious leader, not ours.
Well,
stay focused.
Well, Mark Levin said last night on Hannity that you're unpatriotic if you don't support the president. Oh. So, I mean, I've heard that. I was called that in 2003. So the same people are saying the same things over and over and over again.
Right. The same guy that no longer has a show here on 1210 WPHT. Got it. All right, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. 65 degrees. It is pea soup out there with, yes, we're heating up with actually, believe it or not, a heat advisory that goes into effect mid-morning, late morning, and a stormy, volatile day. So we'll talk about it, and then when the skies will clear for us in Philadelphia, the Jersey Shore, and beyond. But definitely a day where you want a lot of accidents. You want to be careful out on the roads. Speaking of which, we have an update on, remember the stories about, mostly on I-95, all these car hookups and car meetups in which we had cars spinning donuts, spinning out. And this one we'll take you to is Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, where we have another story of this. Arrests, search for whoever did this. We have that one going on this morning in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And we are also learning more about that suburban guy in Westchester who we have been telling you about, where he was stopped after that No Kings rally, High Street, Westchester, Pennsylvania. He is a Malvern resident, and we know that they had conducted some search warrants of his vehicle, then of his home. First we heard one pipe bomb, and now we're hearing more than a dozen explosives were actually found in this guy's home, who brought that gun, knives, masks, gloves, a lot of ammo to that No Kings event. So arrested for arriving at Westchester's No Kings rally, armed, now facing many more charges, and this from police investigators. We're learning this as, these court appearances happen, as he makes future court appearances.
So for all the activity that we had on the YouTube chat yesterday, Nick, don't rush to judgment. Don't jump to conclusions. We don't know what this guy was really intending to do. 38 pipe bombs? Was he going to hold up a pizza joint? Okay.
It's a bizarre story.
One of these days, my sniffer will be off. It just won't happen on Wednesday morning.
Sniffer.
One of these days.
We also have, remember and it's too bad it's not a Friday with Sean Farish, because we always had all those tuna heists and beef heists. Well, now we have an update in this one. That beef bandit suspect that we had spoken about, the beef bandit, he has now admitted his beefed up crime. He pleaded guilty to theft of $7,000 in meat.
Oh, misdemeanor, or is that rise to the level of a felony?
No, this is pretty serious stuff.
Wow.
And so he's identified by prosecutors as Douglas Mathis. He pleaded guilty to theft, conspiracy, evading arrest, in fact, to evading arrest, among other charges, in a deal that he has cut with prosecutors. He's sentenced to time served and up to 2 years, though, on probation to follow. He and two others, Jameer Scott and Tariq Duncan, they were accused of breaking into that tractor trailer. Remember that? We had a slew of those.
Oh, yeah.
We would break into the tractor trailers. And so he was trying to take 1,600 pounds of beef.
Yeah.
So he pleaded guilty to similar offenses and was sentenced to just probation, pleading guilty to his involvement. And as far as one of the guys had pleaded guilty to his involvement, 3 guys in total here, that guy was actually shot and killed back in April in Roxborough before he could be sentenced.
Jeez.
Choir boys.
Yeah. I hope these guys were at least going for strips, ribeyes, and fillets. I mean, I'd hate to see you get the misdemeanor and time served for London broil.
Well, I only know about the story, Don, what you report, but it does. The mafia is notorious for tractor trailer heists. I mean, if you remember the movie Goodfellas,
sure,
Henry Hill, and they used to attack tractor trailers.
Are these guys unaware that Aldi has some decent prices?
Aldi.
Listen to Dawn when she talks about value shopping for groceries.
Yeah. Yes.
Then you don't have to steal them.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
The best advice that you could get. So we have multiple shootings across Philadelphia.
Are there descriptions of the shooters?
No.
Okay. Curious. Just wondering. Going back to that car meetup, are there descriptions of the kids at the car meetup?
Well, and by the way, 50 to 100 spectators at the intersection, and it's, the intersection, it's right by some car dealerships.
Yeah.
So it's off
Ridge Pike and
Ridge and Chemical Road, huge intersection. If you keep on going just a little bit further, you'll get to one of the Aldis in the area.
That's right. That's my Aldi.
By the Ashley Furniture, which is big. I hear their advertisements all the time on KYW. No, in this one, Greg, to answer your question, I know that police in Plymouth Township and Philadelphia are now asking for the public's help involved in these illegal car meetups, 50 to 100 spectators at a time. The biggest one apparently was on Sunday, but this has been a repeated problem. So they released these surveillance images, plural. I don't know, no close-ups, no descriptions.
Well, you would think this generation, Nick, we talk about this all the time, this generation is always videoing everything.
Oh, I know. Everything is recorded and documented.
You would think that they would go to the socials and start scouring the socials because, they were blocking traffic.
Sure.
Doing donuts.
Would be an easy way to identify the suspects.
This is what happens when kids have summers off. They have nothing to do. Kids need to go to school all year round. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take up a sport and go to summer camp.
Yeah.
So they were showing all these illegal car meetups across Philadelphia, across the suburbs. It would seem to me that they believe that the ones, whether they happen at 6300 block of Market Street or, 6600 Ogons Ave or Ridge Pike and Chemical Road, it would seem that police seem to believe that some of these 100 individuals are the same individuals.
Interesting.
So are they from the city? Are they from the burbs?
Yeah, I'm guessing they're not from the burbs.
Yeah, probably not.
From the burbs.
It's a local academy, the burbs. So they said that no injuries were reported in the latest one that happened in Plymouth Township, but they are not releasing, as Greg pointed out, not releasing any kind of a description. And in fact, if you look at the cameras, they're pretty wide, the wide shots. So the most distinctive thing I see is that sort of powder baby blue sport vehicle that they show prominently.
Oh, it's not a white Nissan?
And there is a white Nissan there.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
They all are very nice vehicles, but are they stolen vehicles? That's another question.
Yeah.
So
did they get the Nissan from Piazza?
Yeah, right. Maybe so. Yeah, so that's about it. But they're driving wild a lot of, and fireworks too. They had fireworks, but no injuries. So surveillance video showing the driver circling, they say dangerously in the intersection as people were hanging out of windows and setting off more fireworks. And if you look at this, this was not dark out. And so it's a big intersection. You see cars pretty much backed up for miles. It's crazy.
I would love to see the authorities come in and shoot out all the tires.
It needs to happen. And you said this happened on Sunday night?
This one happened, but Greg, it doesn't look dark.
Well, I mean, it's
Sunday.
Friday's
evening?
Friday's the longest day of the year, so it's dark late now.
Yeah, that's true.
Ask
Ted Cruz that. Does he know which day is the longest day of the year? I bet he doesn't know.
No shot he knows.
Can you imagine you're just coming home from like a family gathering on the weekend, and you just want to get home because you have a long day of work?
Yep.
And these punks driving in the road, not letting you. I would be infuriated.
Yep.
I would drive my car right through them.
All you want to do is head down to your man cave and finish up the cut sheet. And these scumbags are making your day longer.
Get abused and body shamed on Twitter by people you thought were your friends.
Just ridiculous.
You know?
Cruel society.
Not that they could body shame. Either of them could body shame you, but AccuWeather alerts. We got a lot of weather alerts. Do you want me to go? You're going to do Iran, right? We're going to do Iran outside of local news.
In the big take.
So we'll talk about all of that upcoming. And seriously, we started out this morning by saying, what did Nick say? But Nick Castellanos, nobody's even talking about the fact that the Phillies lost.
I know.
What did he say?
My Greek brother from another mother. Bad words. Potty mouth to the boss. Topper.
What do you think he said?
Hey, Skip, shut the F up.
I don't know.
I bet you that's what he said.
Nah. Don't they throw around the F word like a lot?
I don't know. I don't know what the culture is like in that clubhouse or in today's sports. I don't know. I would think even as a professional athlete, you got to have some respect for your manager or your head coach.
I mean, in a heated argument,
of course. Yeah, that happens with everybody.
They're adults. You know, you can talk to another adult like that.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Maybe a mama joke? I don't know.
Rob
I don't know what's off limits anymore.
Your mama. All right, so we got to get to Piazza Auto Group, our sponsor, before we get to all the AccuWeather alerts and heat wave alerts. Yeah. The Acura Summer of Performance event, it's going on right now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit piazzaacura.com, explore current inventory and special lease, as well as finance offers. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our news, our sports. By the way, if you wanted to know the final score, is we lost 3-8. Not a pretty scene. But Castellanos will be back today.
It's actually 8-3, not 3-8.
Oh, I'm okay. Sorry.
3-8, run ran.
Oh, geez. Sorry, Tucker.
We all get the point.
You know why I do it? Because I'm
Tucker
just
stalker.
Nobody's ever called me that, and
Tucker
never do
stalker.
it again. Never do it again.
If you start laughing with that girly laugh, we'll know something's happening.
What skeletons in your closet, bro?
Just when you thought he was a man, when he was doing the dip and he had the bandits in there, and then he gives out that laugh, you're like...
Nobody thinks Tucker Carlson's a man. He grew up very privileged, very wealthy.
Weird dude.
He was born with a bow tie.
He really was.
He mentioned the other day, he's like, I know the Bushes. I grew up with the Bushes. I'm kind of related to the Bushes. I see the Bushes. Like, it's a
pretty good impersonation right there.
Yeah, that was.
It's all interconnected there.
Yeah.
All these people.
All right.
He just happens to be right on the subject.
Yeah. Philly weather, it
in my
is
opinion.
Currently 70 degrees, going up to 82 today. We have scattered storms in the afternoon, heat advisory. Same thing again tomorrow. It'll be 91 degrees, 90% chance of storms. Can we just get a nice 88-degree day? Is that too much to ask for from Mother Nature? Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, Wednesday Big Take is on the way. Stay there. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready to drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke. All perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday morning, 6:23. Good to have you in. Tony Bruno coming up at 7:45 for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Fight Club at 9:10. Joe Conklin tickets around 9:45. Let's get down to business. Time for a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the good folks at Staples. The Big Take, Trump v. the Ayatollah. You know, we love to have fun on this show and give you a variety of stories spanning the globe, from politics and news to pop culture and entertainment to social and sports. I'd love to throw out something witty, such as the Ayatollah of rock and roll, or compare Trump versus the Ayatollah to Hulk Hogan against the Iron Sheik. But the truth is, I don't envy Donald Trump this morning. He is in a very difficult spot. War is disgusting. Death is awful. The motives behind the war and death, even more infuriating. And the sheer volume of gray area in this geopolitical war triangle is staggering. Does Iran really have nuclear weapons? Is Israel, as well as our own government, telling us that once again, history repeats itself, circa Iraq, WMD 2003? Do you support Trump if he decides to have the Ayatollah killed? Do you really believe that this will finally end the conflict once and for all, creating a safer Middle East and a safer United States? The layers to this onion need to be pulled back one layer at a time. But let me first state my two biggest takes. First of all, I don't believe that Iran has nuclear capabilities at this moment. And secondly, I do not want a single soldier deployed to the Middle East. Boots on the ground, deal breaker for me. But here's the reality of the situation. You can still be a staunch Trump supporter and disagree with any and all military action he may take against Iran. Trump campaigned on 20 promises. The only beef I've ever had with Trump is that he's not fiscally conservative enough for me. If he obliterates Iran, goes to war, and kills their religious and political leader, I'll be disappointed. But I still agree with him on 18 out of 20 things. I still agree with 90% of his actions and policies. And I agree to an extent with J.D. Vance, who tweeted this yesterday. Quote, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue, end quote. Absolutely valid, totally fair. And I trust that Trump will make the right decision, but I reserve the right to criticize him if it ends up being the wrong one, as should you. Here was Rand Paul praising Trump on his instincts with this matter, but also discouraging him from going to war. Listen and watch.
The president's had good instincts traditionally on this, and his instincts have been for restraint, for thinking things through, and hopefully for not getting us involved in this war. And I think it would be a bad idea for us to be involved directly in the war. I think the chance of negotiation pretty much goes out the window with the first U.S. bombs dropping. Even as it is, we're so closely linked with Israel. I think that it's almost depicted as a joint action now. But I think it is a step for the worse if we actually are involved actively with bombing. The other thing in our country is we have this thing called the Constitution that says you can't go to war with countries without permission. So if he did decide, and he told me he's absolutely made the decision, I would recommend to him that he has to come before Congress, ask us for permission, and we'll have a vote the same night on whether or not to go to war.
Trump posting the following messages yesterday on Truth Social saying, quote, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran, followed by, quote, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, a.k.a. kill, at least for now. But our patience is wearing thin, end quote. Meanwhile, the divide within the party, it's palpable. Staunch Trump advocates, such as Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, oppose U.S. involvement. I happen to fall into that camp, as does Ted Cruz, who says this will make the Ayatollah a martyr and only inflame things to a full-blown holy war against the West? Listen and watch this.
Look, that's a difficult question. I talked about it on the latest episode of my podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and we talked about it at some length. There has been reporting, I don't know if this is accurate, I don't know independently, but I've read the newspaper stories that say that Netanyahu wanted to target the Ayatollah, and the Trump White House asked them not to. I don't have a reason to doubt or dispute that reporting. And listen, I think it's a close call. Generally in warfare, nations refrain from targeting heads of state. It's also complicated by the Ayatollah being simultaneously a religious figure, and taking out a religious figure, there are real risks to that. There are risks of making him a martyr and inflaming things further.
I think most people would say that that's a very fair response to the question that was posed to the senator from Texas. But then Cruz looks bad, in my opinion, when he joined Tucker Carlson as the divide continues to grow. Listen and watch this clip.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
Israel. High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Meanwhile, other MAGA influencers are on board with whatever Trump decides on. In my opinion, that makes you incapable of thinking for yourself. One thing we can all agree on, though, is that Lindsey Graham is a detestable human being. The worst of the worst in politics. Why do I say that? Well, old Warhawk from South Carolina, he wants boots on the ground. He said the following on Fox News. Listen and watch.
Can you guarantee that? Can President Trump in any form, can you make the commitment that this would not lead to a longer war?
I can guarantee you that if the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. I believe that with all my heart and soul. So the men and women who serve, they're the ones going, not people answering a poll. And if you ask them, would you be willing to risk your life to stop the Ayatollah from having a nuclear weapon? All of them would say yes, because it makes their country, our country, safer. So we live in a world where you've got to confront problems. You want to avoid World War III? Learn the lessons from World War II. People in World War II appeased Hitler to the point that it got so much out of hand, we had a world war and 60 million people got killed. So we live in a world where you pay now or you pay later. Let's stop this threat before he gets a nuclear weapon. Let's end this reign of terror. Let's do it now. It's not going to take 20 months, but I can't guarantee you your freedom and your safety unless we're willing to fight for it. I can guarantee you this. If we don't fight for our freedom, we will lose it.
And I guarantee Lindsey Graham will profit off of this. Let me ask you something, LG. We destroy Iran. We kill the Ayatollah. What's that buy us? The rest of Trump's term? What about the retaliations domestically from radicalized Islamic jihadists already in the country? You know, some of the 15 million plus that came here with open borders. You don't think Iran will respawn in due time and return to their old ways? Did you think terrorism was over when bin Laden was killed? Tough guy. Did you think that the Middle East would be less violent after Saddam was captured and killed? No, 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 and no. When someone is fighting with a warped religious ideology so extreme, do you really think that they will ever stop? No, they won't. And then what about the conflicting messages from within? Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. Here's what she said in March, followed by Trump being asked about it Monday night. Listen and watch these.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
So Tulsi was put in this position, and many of us love Tulsi Gabbard, as does Trump, only for Trump to overrule her intel, which is fine. You're the president of the United States, but what about flat out excluding her from top-level meetings? Listen and watch this report.
The Nimitz and some of her escorts were spotted yesterday crossing the Singapore Strait, steaming west after leaving the South China Sea. On board are squadrons of F-18 Super Hornet strike aircraft and an electronic warfare squadron. More than 20 Air Force tankers have flown to the Middle East from Europe. All eyes now on Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home to the B-2 stealth bombers. If the president orders them to fly, it's a 30-hour round trip to the Middle East and would require a lot of mid-air refueling, hence the pre-positioning of all those refuelers to Europe. As we learn more about what the president is thinking about further U.S. involvement to stop Iran's nuclear program, John, my colleague Peter Ducey is reporting that the president's top intelligence chief, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was not invited to Camp David on June 8th, where the intelligence and plans were being discussed. She was on National Guard duty at the time, but U.S. officials tell Peter she was never invited in the first place. She is in the Situation Room today, however. John.
That's fine. I mean, he's the president, but what is Trump being told that Tulsi Gabbard is not? The Washington Post with the following headline, quote, U.S. spies said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon. Trump dismisses that assessment. So Trump believes Bibi, I guess. Is Trump trying to wipe out the nation that may have placed 2 attempts on his life? And is Trump contradicting himself on phrases such as peace and prosperity, as well as peace through strength? He has definitely acted strong. The Truth Social posts that I read earlier in the Big Take illustrate that. But where do you stand? According to a poll I posted yesterday on X, almost 800 votes, it is almost 50-50 down the middle as to whether or not we should kill and remove the Ayatollah from power. I actually believe it's more like 60-40, perhaps 65-35, that are Trump fans who are against him taking action on Iran. But let me reiterate one last thing. You can love Trump on the economy, the border, energy, law and order, eliminating DEI, gutting federal agencies, and much, much more, which I do. While also disagreeing with him on this conflict, if we get involved, that should not involve us and should not involve us anymore because it's the never-ending war. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom points, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples. That was easy. 855-839-1210, the phone number. You can get in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can say nice things, intelligent things, or mean and nasty things on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. Don Stensland with all the developments in the last 20 hours since we recessed for the day. Where do you stand? What do you make of these latest developments with everything with Trump in the Middle East?
I thought it was interesting last night that what he was commenting on with True Social, he was quiet about this issue. He was putting out the fact that he had great poll numbers that came out. He put out his job and performance approval, which are pretty incredible. He reposted a Daily Caller story about the border hawks counting on the big, beautiful bill to reach the finish line. So commenting on that and those wage numbers, those U.S. wage numbers, the best wage growth in 60 years. And I know Scott Bessent was at some point speaking out about that last night. And then this, and I read this was 10 hours ago. And I was, at this point, I'm like, I don't know, drunk on Trumpaholicism. You know what I mean? Not that I am drinking alcohol, but like I had been consuming it and debating stuff with my husband so much about all of this.
Yeah, it's safer to drink alcohol, by the way.
It's probably, yeah. So but less
can confirm.
But being a Trumpaholic, there are no calories, so you're not going to gain weight, right? But I read this, and he said that it was his great honor.
Your soul.
It was his great honor to announce he was putting these two beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south. His gift and something he always felt was missing from the White House, from this magnificent place, as he calls it. So he says the digging and placement of the poles begins 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, which is this morning, and then the flags will be raised at about 11 a.m. Eastern time. The most significant poles may. So I look at this and I say to my son Michael, "Is this a sign? Is it?" And he goes, "Mom." Stop, just stop. Just, because I think we're all in the weeds of this. And I literally thought, is he trying to tell us something that the two poles?
You are nutty.
I know. It became like nutty to me but I think that he's going to really put up two flagpoles, which is very nice. The most, and I'm kind of tongue in cheek here, but the most significant thing I think is how quiet he became over this issue.
Well, it's easy to go quiet once you basically say, we know where you're hiding and we can kill you if we want to. Right? Like, there's really no going back from that. I mean, what else can you say?
So it's like a game of, so basically he was putting out the word, he was giving the warnings, and then he went silent. He was active talking about other stuff that's important, but not talking about this. So I think, what does that tell you? Or what does that tell me? It tells me that he's put out the warnings and that it's like a giant game of chicken, if you will, to say, we have the wherewithal. And by the way, I mentioned the Missouri Air Base where the B-2s were. Then there was word that these Spirit stealth bombers that are the only ones that can drop the biggity, as I said, the big penetrator that we talked about yesterday, all of that. Everybody, by the way, we were the first on Kayal and Company to have that discussion. Everybody else was talking about it later in the day, not before us. Penetrator. Thank you.
Yep.
And so my feeling is that he would rather show great restraint, but this is not a war.
Yeah.
This is a situation where, in my humble opinion, President Trump, the people who are pro-penetrator, right, the bunker, as I call it, the MOAB, the MOABB, the mother of all bunker busters, this special penetrator that they were just testing within the last 90 days, something that they perfected during his first administration, but that Iran built this underground fortress in this mountain about 100 miles south of Tehran. They completed this in 2009 after all the Scud missiles and after the creation of this, the first version of this that we're talking about, this style of bunker buster that nobody else has. And no matter what anybody says, the only way to take out this fortress underground here, this so-called fuel station, they call it, so this is the chance. And I'm sure that's what anybody who's pro take out the mountain, the underground fortress, that's what they're saying to him. They're saying this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And so whether or not you want to debate Tulsi, I actually did not hear a contradiction when you were playing that audio yesterday. What she was saying was they don't have it, meaning right now, meaning the nukes. But what Netanyahu said, if you listen to everybody, to me, what they're saying, all these things could be true all at once. Because in other words, Netanyahu came out and said, well, they would have it within 6 months to a year. So whether they're going to have it in 90 days or 6 months or a year, I think there is evidence that they've got the right mix. But you have an opportunity, no matter what they've got and when they'll have it, you have an opportunity to regress their program, not just a year, not just 2 years, which is what they're saying they've done right now. As of right now, they've taken out enough that they have pushed back any kind of hope of having that program for about a year or two. But if they take out the fortress in the mountain, right, boom, It's done. It's 20 plus years.
I want to get to
that's the difference.
I want to get to the nukes and that element in just.
They don't have to have They don't have to use a nuclear. They could use a nuclear warhead, but they don't have to.
No, I'm referring to Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to get to that in just a moment. But I'm old enough to remember when Eric Swalwell was eating a taco at his desk, and it was Taco Trump, because Trump always chickens out, which is interesting when we talk about the tariffs. He doesn't chicken out when it comes to killing terrorists and radical leaders, although this is a bigger fish to fry, so to speak, right? Because you've got the dual element with the Ayatollah not only being a political leader, but also a religious leader. And we've had plenty of people, whether it's Rand Paul, Lindsey Graham, or even Ted Cruz, saying, typically in war, we do not take out the political leader of another nation. Although Trump, look, if gun to my head right now, do I think Trump's going to have the Ayatollah killed? I would say no. But he also said, I'm giving you 60 days. And then on day 61, he took out two bad hombres. So take that for what it's worth. Now, Greg, you have the
well,
BB
yeah,
thing?
I mean, since we're talking about Bibi and how he's very consistent.
Netanyahu.
Yeah, let's see how consistent he's been about Iran and nuclear weapons. This is a montage put together of how many times he said this. Roll this.
If not stopped,
2025.
Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have
2018
the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran
2015.
is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close.
2012.
6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Iran is gearing up to have
2006.
to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. Ladies and gentlemen,
1996.
Time is running out.
Iran will be capable
1995.
of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
30 years. 30 years.
So I've heard
30 years we've been hearing this.
I've heard threats to democracy for a decade.
30 years.
I've heard Social Security will be gone for a decade. I've heard global warming, which morphed into climate change, and Iran and nuclear weapons. This is what I'm talking about from my perspective. The never-ending fear porn, where we just keep hearing the same cliches and rhetoric for decade after decade after decade. I mean, could they have nuclear capabilities? Could they have enriched their potential? Sure, that's possible. But this notion, at least in my opinion, I do not believe Iran would have 9 or 10 nuclear weapons in weeks to a month. Am I the only one that does not believe that they have that capability? I mean, we just had the UN, I don't want to call them spies, but the people that go in and make sure that these nations are not going above and beyond what they're allowed to do. And everybody has said, even including Tulsi, that they're not a threat. Now, they might be a threat to the Middle East, but, I mean, are they a threat to America? I mean, I'm going to kind of contradict myself. I do believe they have tried to assassinate Donald Trump. I do believe he's on a hit list in Iran. But as far as Iran dropping some sort of massive destructive bomb on the United States, does anybody believe that? I don't. And I think they're a deplorable nation. I do think that they are totally kooky. But as far as this, here's what's going on to justify another war so that we can get in there and do what we love to do. Again, I go back to the question of, well, how much time does this buy us? I mean, the year's 2030, right? Is Iran back to nuclear capabilities? I can already see the headlines, regardless of who the president is from 5 years from now, Democrat or Republican.
You know what's curious to me? When you just played that montage, I think the one that you played was just from June 12th of Netanyahu saying...
Correct.
Was that 6 months to a year?
That was the first one.
So that one was consistent, is it not, with what Tulsi testified to fairly recently. Those were consistent, right? That he said, Netanyahu said could be within, didn't he say 6 months to a year?
I would need to hear the full context of Tulsi's clip from March. The one that I played was only 14, 15 seconds. And again, I don't want to...
The point is, he's been saying it since 95.
I know, but but even David Sanger, who everybody quotes with the New York Times because he's been covering specifically Iran and their nuclear capabilities, for like 20 years of his career, he's pretty well respected. Everybody's talking about their capabilities. That, in other words, that's different from saying they have something right this minute.
True.
So is Netanyahu? So here's the thing. Of course, it's easier for our leaders or anybody else, right, to have a different view, because if you think your next door neighbor or their kid in their basement is making explosives and could, blow up the whole neighborhood, you as the neighbor, you're gonna be a little more nervous about that, sure. As is Israel, because Israel knows they're surrounded pretty much by people who hate them, yep. and would like to basically like wipe them away from the planet.
Right.
So I understand a little paranoia from Netanyahu, okay? And I think that a lot of people in that country, in that part of the world, hate him and feel like, we wish we could have taken you out 30 years ago, right?
Every Jewish person has the right to feel uneasy with what they've had to experience their entire life.
When you're in Israel. We're doing interviews.
2 years, right?
Yeah, we're doing interviews. You got Jordana Miller from ABC. I had Ruthie Bloom on yesterday. She happened to be in New York, but she's talking to her family as they're in bomb shelters. And by the way, they all have bomb shelters in Israel. All those Jews have, imagine that kind of a life. So I get that Bibi Netanyahu is concerned, and he should be concerned.
Yep.
But that's different from us. We have to have this clear mind and figure this out. My only point about this is that no matter what they're doing, if you can take out that mountain, that fortress that I've been talking about, if you have the opportunity to take that out, do it.
Yeah.
It can be clean and low risk. And that's basically what all of these experts are saying, that this is very clean.
Right.
There's low cost. You evacuate. You say, guys, evacuate the mountain. You better evacuate. You give them the time, and then boom, you take it out.
Yep.
I'm cool with that, because that's not war.
Well. Yes, I'm fine, and I'm fine with random strikes that kill some of these leaders, so to speak, as long as it's not the Ayatollah. I threw up this poll question yesterday on X. I said Trump claims that we know where he's hiding and he's safe for now. Would you support Trump in killing the Ayatollah and ending this current regime?
He's made it clear.
I don't think he will either. 754 people voted. 49% say yes, absolutely, I'd support it. And 51% say no, please no war. I mean, that is literally... Think about in the history of polls when it comes to Donald Trump, if I've posted anything on X where it's almost been identically 50-50. And then Matt says to me on X, this is not the same as killing Soleimani. If Trump orders the assassination of the Ayatollah, he is probably violating the Constitution. But you can count on articles of impeachment from the Democrats with possible support from the likes of Thomas Massie and Rand Paul.
There's no way around it. If we're, Don, I hear what you're saying. Like, if we're just dropping one Moab, you know what I mean?
We'll be two, probably.
It's not an act of war. It's an act of war. And Iran is going to look at it like an act of war.
You're right.
So then,
then the question is, can you have somebody else drop it? That's what you just heard Ted Cruz dancing around. That what they're trying to figure out is there another aircraft or what have you? And there isn't. It's
Israelis don't have the capacity.
They don't.
Only we do.
Because these suckers are 30,000 pounds each. So that B-2 stealth Spirit bomber that and maybe, who knows if they secretly moved it already and it is someplace like in Italy or whatever, because remember whatever, I won't get into it, but they could be in Italy. It might not be 30 hours, but that's not the point. The point is what Greg is saying, that you heard Ted Cruz dance around that and say, well, we're there. Oh, well, which was sloppy of him, was it not? It was sloppy to say we're there, and then Tucker says, well, wait a minute, I thought we're not engaged. Well, we're helping them. So it's not going to fly. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to fly worldwide if we say, well, we just loaned them a mother of all bunker busters, the super penetrators. We just loaned them for the weekend, and we said you do what you do. that's not going to fly worldwide.
It was also very sloppy of Ted Cruz.
It was.
And I'm not saying that I have high expectations of senators, whether it's Ted Cruz. But, like, did you hear him in the beginning? He's like, well, I from what I've read in the newspapers. Like, dude, you're a sitting United States senator. I read the newspaper because I'm a talk show host. The fact that you're referring to, like, the Washington Post or the New York Post, I mean, I'm not expecting you to reveal all your sources, but could you at least come off a little bit educated, as if you're just not, like, the average Tom, Dick, or Harry reading a social media timeline? Good God, dude.
I think my feeling is that Ted Cruz was expecting that this was a friendly interview.
Yeah.
And he didn't expect that Tucker would say, wait a minute, what are you? Greg could do the better imitation. But
Cruz brought a knife to a gunfight, and Tucker was holding the gun.
And so Ted Cruz generally, I mean, he clerked under a Supreme Court justice. He's a pretty sharp guy.
Yeah.
And so that exchange did surprise me. And then you saw him step up as he realized, Tucker is holding my feet to the fire on some of this stuff.
I don't want this to be done in a vacuum. I think that the Congress needs to have, we need to start debating the War Powers Act and stuff like this, because if we're doing this, if we're going to do this, this needs to be debated. This can't just be, well, we're going to do this today. Like, that's not, I understand the president has the authority to do that. But, like, they
would have a vote on it on the floor. That's what Rand Paul said in that first clip that I played.
There's ways around it.
Oh, okay.
Because if we can just, like Don said, we just go over there and drop a few bombs, it's not quote unquote a war.
Yeah.
Iran's going to look at it like that. But.
Sure. All right. If you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number, 855-839-1210. According to every poll that I've seen on social media, it is very close. It is a big split down the middle here. Would love to hear from people on either side, pro-war or anti-war, no matter how much of a Trump supporter you are. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 with the news coming up next here on Kayal and Company.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal & Company, 7:01 as we begin hour number 2. Brought to you by Wisfis Bank. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way. At Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. Wisfis, we stand for service. Couple of housekeeping notes here. Shout out to this audience. Once again, another great May for Kayal & Company. As Greg Stocker once famously said.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Another good month. Doesn't happen without you listening to us bicker and fight, entertain, be childish, educate, inform, opine, whatever it is we do 20 hours a week. Big thanks. Also, another donation coming in for the bike ride. Steve Pacradooney.
Steve.
Pac-Man.
Very close to Jack Chitterelli. $100 donation. We are now up to just under 4,200.
Oh boy,
28% of our goal.
Yeah,
which is 15K.
We need to step this up. We need 15,000 by July 20th. So can we please? Can somebody please get those donations in?
We need
really
11. We need 11 grand in 4 weeks.
Oh boy.
So that's
So do I.
Well, me too.
But no, all this money goes to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, not to us. Nick and I will be participating in the bike ride on July 20th. Nick calling me out.
Some of us go 12, 13 miles an hour. Others go 9 miles an hour.
Dude,
Mark O'Connor is mad at you.
Uh-oh, why?
Mark O'Connor is fired up.
Mad at me or mad at Greg?
No, he loves you, Dawn.
I love Mark.
I do too. And I love you, Dawn.
Everybody, I love you too.
Thank you.
I love you guys. You're my work husbands.
Stop with this.
My brothers.
But
all right.
The great Mark O'Connor says, no, he's riding 9 miles an hour. I could ride my tricycle 9 miles an hour. Mark O'Connor, top rope.
Wow.
Dang.
Man.
Yeah.
You guys are rough.
Some people
I've
like
been
it
on the
rough.
bike. I've been on the bike like 3 times in 15 years.
Well, that's exactly what Dave Madden was saying, that, you know, if you haven't
All right, so I won't do it then.
If you haven't rode your bike since 2010,
I'm not. Yeah. I am not.
It's gonna be rough 15 years later.
Well, then I'm not going to humiliate myself. I'm not going to do it then.
It's biology, right? You know, your legs at 45 are not as good as they used to be at 30. I feel the same way. Trust me. I used to play full court basketball when I was 30. If I played basketball right now, I wouldn't get up and down the court twice before collapsing dead.
I don't like this. I don't like being called out. I'm just not going to do it.
No, it's fine. You and I will just ride in the back. We'll be like the tension hall monitors. We'll let everybody get out in front of us, and we'll just make sure everybody's on their best behavior. We'll do 10 miles an hour and take our time and get there, and then we'll drink beer.
I don't know. I have to, I think that our friend George Davenport, remember earlier this month, he signed up.
Yeah.
He was at the Pints and Politics and Pints event. I think he's on Greg's side on this, because I think he's, saying you can't go by age. He's finished 65-mile rides in the past.
Yeah, but
so we have to, I don't know, we have to maybe split this up, get some, some Team Greg people here to support
My concern,
Greg on this, Nick.
Yeah, my concern, though,
I don't know.
is the cramping. I'm not worried about Stalker's butt. I'm not worried about his wrists. It's the hammies. In that heat, if you're not hydrated...
You need bananas, magnesium.
Yes. Uncrustables.
Not Uncrustables.
Oh, God, I love that. Just a little cool from being let out of the freezer and being thawed.
I know, my son loves those.
I think Stalker's going to be able to finish. I mean, I'm carrying extra weight. If I can do it, he can. Stalker doesn't really have any fat on him. Yours truly? Yeah, I got a little something here. Love the music going still, too. Like 4 straight minutes of this bed. I feel like Stalker's ready to dive into a mosh pit at any moment. Stalker's quiet now. I think we've hit Stalker in his feelings.
No, I'm calculating. I mean, look, Mark O'Connor is like blood to me.
I know.
If he thinks I can't do it, then maybe I can.
I'm almost certain that this is Mark O'Connor. I don't have his name saved in my phone, but going through the texts, I'm almost certain. He says we're downstairs with the bike. That was a couple of weeks ago. So I think this has to be either Mark O'Connor or
Wayne.
Wayne. No. I have Wayne's number. This is not Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah, Wayne's a Jersey number. This is a 215 number.
Is Stephanie messing with you?
No, it's not
All
Steph. Right. It's who's the other guy that always comes with Mark? I always forget his name. Jack
Costello.
Jack Costello.
Poor Jack. Always gets left
out.
I know.
Jack's like Alex Thompson on the Jake Tapper book tour.
You know what's funny? Last time they were in here, I said to Stephanie and Mark O'Connor, I said the only reason I'm doing this bike ride is for the two of them, right. Mark and Stephanie. And I forgot Jack. I was like, you're good too, Jack. I love you. Yeah. He does so much, by the way. He does so much.
He does.
For the Families Behind the Badge. All of this means go donate now, please. GregStockerSucks.com. You know I do. Trust me, I'm getting all the...
you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And if you've ever wondered if he really does suck...
I'm just not a warmonger. Sorry.
And just remember that the real reason is that Families Behind the Badge, it's a 501c nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit. So when you donate, it's tax deductible. This is a true nonprofit, charity, but who do they support? The families of those individuals that who who are left behind, like Stephanie Mack, Marissa Fitzgerald. You know all their stories, their backstories, and these are, I mean, the thing that I think was like a dagger in our hearts was when, you know, some of these Stephanie Mack and Marissa were saying, try to celebrate Mother's Day or Father's Day after your husband in the line of duty, you know, was murdered.
Can't even begin to imagine.
You know, and so that's where your donations go, because they're raising kids without dad or sometimes without mom.
Yes, that's where your donations go. GregSoccerSucks.com. Go there now.
Yes, well said, Dawn. All right, let's get to the news round number 2 at 7:07. Here is the great Dawn Stenzel.
So, good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored in this edition of Kayal and Company. We are sponsored by Independence Seaport Museum. Wednesday morning, June the 18th, 71 degrees, fog warnings, heat warnings going into effect. A crazy forecast as now we're shooting up into the 90s. Nick will have the full forecast in a moment. But just that heads up that they're putting out these weather warnings because we're not used to this intense heat that is on the way with tropical weather. So we have that going on. We've been profiling for you some of the headlines as we've talked about these car meetups across the city of Philadelphia, now bleeding into the suburbs with at least 100 spectators. They look like maybe juveniles, young adults. The latest one that they've released, the new story on this is, the new situation is, they've released some new surveillance video of these cars doing donuts and racing at a very busy, very big intersection in the suburbs. This is the Montgomery County side of things, and it's right there at the intersection of Ridge and Chemical Road, and a major thoroughfare. Obviously, if you take Germantown, then you take the left on Chemical Road, you go down, you're trying to get on one of the major highways, etc. You see all these vehicles backed up, and these guys out there in these vehicles. We don't know if the vehicles are stolen vehicles. Are they their vehicles? We don't have suspect descriptions, but we do have the video that they're releasing because they're asking for your help to try to identify these individuals wreaking havoc in the suburbs. Nobody hurt, but they did have a lot of fireworks that were going off and blocking traffic.
What do you guys think is the motive behind this? I mean, I'm going to sound like old man at 41. I remember we had those movies with, what was it, The Fast and the Furious with Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, and they would race, and then they would get into these big groups and do the donuts like Dawn is talking about. I thought that thing phased out, but apparently not.
It's a social media thing.
Okay.
It's social media meetups, and they video them, cars going around in a circle, and fireworks going off.
I was just wondering, do they find this to be fun? Is this an act of defiance and rebellion?
They do it because
all of the above.
it's like the old story about why does the dog, well, whatever. I won't say that. It's a crude analogy, but why do they do it? Because they can. Yeah. That's the punchline to it.
Right.
So, in other words, recently I happened to be around a group of teenagers. They were talking about being down the shore. Mm-hmm. And they said, well, you would never do anything down the shore in Wildwood because those cops are not going to mess around. Those cops in Wildwood, they are not just rent-a-cops that are brought in for, yesterday who look like they're 12 years old and they're rent-a-cops for the weekend. In Wildwood, they're bad A. And so my point is that younger people, teenagers, the youths, they're going to go where they think they can get away with it. That takes you to places like Philadelphia, Montgomery County. I don't see this going down in Bucks County.
I was just going to ask you that. We have that intersection of Ridge Pike and Chemical Road. That would be what, Plymouth Meeting Police?
So but it's Montgomery County.
Yes.
Plymouth White Marsh, I think.
Plymouth White
Marsh. Okay. So they permit that. It's basically what they're saying, right?
I'm not saying that the police themselves permit it, but I'm just saying that I just think there are different attitudes in different municipalities.
So Kevin Steele's more lenient on this than the DA.
I actually don't think Kevin is. I think it's the attitude of the police themselves. Okay. And I'll use the shore analogy of Ocean City versus Wildwood.
Sure.
Think about those cops, and we'll take you back to the Kensington Hottie, Matt, that whole arrest thing. Think about the cops in Wildwood. These are guys who know that even if they sort of get tough, even on a little lady who's in her little bikini or whatever, tankini, they're going to have their back.
We will kill you graveyard dead.
We need more Florida County
Remember that.
sheriffs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for a
Yeah.
more recent one. The Florida Texas analogy, which is why like they're more, look at the stats of, for example, college kids. Kids who are Jewish kids, they're going to more colleges in, let's say, Texas or Florida than they are here on the East Coast, maybe Massachusetts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is that?
Why would any Jewish student even want to attend an Ivy League school right now?
Yeah. So I just think that you have to have a zero tolerance policy.
Sure.
And to release, to Greg's point, have we released the suspects? They don't have tight shots of any of these individuals. So they'll catch them, and I'm sure Kevin Steele will prosecute them, but they'll be juveniles. And remember when we had a situation, I'll take you to another Montgomery County municipality, Abington. Remember, they had some shenanigans that they were trying to start up, and even some carjacking attempts at one of them was at Willow Grove Mall. Abington police shut it down. Those individuals, they were not just like processed in a juvie hall and then returned. No. They were, the book was thrown at them.
Mm-hmm.
So when you know that a certain municipality of police law enforcement backed up by a DA is going to have zero tolerance, this ends.
Yep.
So that's my little.
I agree.
We're still, on prayer watch, if you will, for these two girls, 11 and 12 years old, just a tragedy, still under investigation. These two best friends, 11 and 12, they were on one of those motorized scooters, and this happened in Delaware County. And we had told you it's Ridley Township, Pennsylvania, that it happened in Aston over the weekend. So 12-year-old Abigail Gillen, she died. 11-year-old Isabella Jones, she remains in critical condition this morning. But these girls, best friends, on the scooter, hit a curb or a bump, fall, and just then, they were on the roadway there on Lair Boulevard near Concord Road, and there are businesses there. It's a busy area traffic-wise. This driver comes up upon them quickly and couldn't stop in time and struck them as they fell into the road. So in this case, I know it's still under investigation. The police have gone out of their way to say this driver was devastated, did the right thing, called 911, stayed with the girls, GoFundMes. I mean, just, I know that they were on swim teams and known in the community, the school. Oh, my God. It's just really a sad story.
It's just awful. I mean, you also have, I feel like, a double-edged sword here where both parties not paying attention. I worry about this with my daughters. My daughters have hoverboards, and they like to use them in and around the neighborhood. And, most people that drive through where I live are only going 10 miles an hour. But, people on their phones not paying attention. My girl's not paying attention, trying to film themselves on the phone while they're on the hoverboard. I'm one of these people. Dawn, I swear I want to go out. I just make sure I can watch them the whole time because I know they're not going to pay attention. They're not going to look both ways, even though there's cars only going 5 miles an hour. Just awful.
Yeah, and that will never end in your life.
Nope.
So we have a story of a guy who ran out of gas, and this is Northampton County. But this ended in a deadly tragedy on I-78, Northampton County, Pennsylvania, shut down the highway for many hours. Why? Because this guy, it's around 10:30 at night, runs out of gas. Now picture this highway. It's dark, I-78 eastbound, mile marker 74.3, right near Route 33 exit.
Oh. That's
right?
I know. That's the exit I used to get off of when I was coming home from doing sports in Bethlehem.
And so tragically, this tractor trailer riding along, and it's dark, doesn't see this guy who ran out of gas in the middle of the highway, and he's trying to push his 2010 Chevy Equinox. He's in the right lane, but
oh my God.
And he's with a woman trying to steer the vehicle because it's out of gas, and they're trying to push it off the road, and the tractor trailer just strikes the Chevy. I know.
Oh, God.
So he was probably 6 feet away from safety because I know exactly what that road looks like.
I can't. Oh, my God. Didn't they have four-way flashers on or anything? You know what I mean? Like
I would have left it. I would have
Jeez,
left it.
Greg,
I would have put the flashers on and left the car and stood on the shoulder.
Well, I mean, So the woman's in the car, she's put. So she survived. She's in the hospital right now. But the man who was pushing, I don't know if it's her husband or what. They're not releasing the details of their identity. So the woman right now is at St. Luke's Anderson Hospital. But the man who was pushing was immediately killed.
Yeah, obviously.
Crushed.
Oh, my Lord.
Horrific.
Yeah. Oh, that's horrific.
And I know that spot perfectly. That is a downslope as you're heading towards Bethlehem, and then there's one more exit towards Easton before you cross over into New Jersey and you go across the Delaware. There's probably no way that tractor trailer would have been able to slow down and brake. It's probably 65 miles an hour speed limit there, and it's a downslope.
My God.
He was a sitting duck.
Yeah.
Wow.
So just a tragic story there. So I know there are headlines. We'll get to all of it. Headlines of Kristi Noem. That's a big headline that went. Everybody was going crazy on social media. I'll just put that out there because I'll tease that one for you. This morning I saw a headline, and I'll just two things. There's this woman named Ann Burrell I believe in her early to mid 55 years young, Food Network star. If you love the Food Network,
Yeah,
Ann
great
Burrell.
chef.
Heartbreaking. That she has died.
No.
Beloved TV chef, hosted Secrets of a Restaurant Chef, co-hosted Worst Cooks in America,
Yep.
and she has passed away at her Brooklyn, New York apartment.
Ooh.
So I don't know what happened here. There was a final social media post. To be honest, I don't know what happened here. If this was what this was.
Yeah.
They're confirming her unexpected passing by her family in an emotional statement. They're not revealing that cause of death. There's a medical examiner now determining the cause of death.
Greatest TV chefs of all time, top 3. Number 1, Emeril Lagasse. Number 2, actually I shouldn't say chef, although he is technically, Guy Fieri. Love Triple D. And who was the old broad back in the day? What was her name? Julia
Childs.
Julia Childs.
The
Those
old
are my
broad.
top 3. The old British broad. My mom used to love her.
Dan Aykroyd used to do her on Saturday Night Live, like do an impersonation of her.
Oh, an impersonation. I thought you just meant he did her on Saturday night.
What?
I mean, look, he's a guy.
I think the most famous, though, sexy lady chef is, oh my God, what's her name? The Italian, my family members.
Giada.
Yes.
Oh,
Giada.
yeah.
Who, I have relatives who are obsessed with her, especially male relatives.
Yeah, she's hot.
But Giada, she's and that accent, all of that.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, the Daily Mail, I take that with a grain of salt, but they're saying that they're talking about Israel and Trump, so they have some salacious headlines that we'll get into as thousands of people flee to Iran this morning. Israeli warplanes, Trump considering, do or die moment. So
Now, is that the free Daily Mail links, or is that the Daily Mail exclusive links where you have to pay to access the same crap?
this one I think is just the free. I think I have a subscription to everything, but I don't think so in this one they're saying Russia has issued a warning to Trump after America gave Iran's surrender or die deadline. So they're really putting out fiery, salacious headlines.
Oh, so now Russia's getting involved.
Putin, between Iran, all of that. And so Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying in a statement read by a TV presenter, and they're saying it's Wednesday because obviously we're different time zones. His country will not accept U.S. President Trump's call for an unconditional surrender. So these are his first remarks since last week when Khamenei delivered a speech broadcast on state media after Israel started bombarding Iran. He says peace or war could not be imposed on the Islamic Republic. So just some updates there for you as well. So let's talk about our sponsor this morning on this, what's going to be a stormy, steamy day. Independence Seaport Museum. Discover Philadelphia's river of history at Independence Seaport Museum, Penn's Landing. Climb aboard the Olympia, the oldest floating steel warship in the world. Tour the Bacuna, a World War II era sub, and explore life below deck. Plan your visit. PhillySeaport.org, Independence Seaport Museum. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live. And Nick, I know it's kind of unsettled, but the heat is here.
Yes, it is, Dawn. 72 degrees currently, going up to 84 today. Thunderstorms are going to wipe out most of the afternoon, and then the heat wave officially underway tomorrow, 91 and storms. And then on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we will finally have nice, warm, dry weather. It's all brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, quick detour when we come back. Before we get to Bruno in the cut sheet, I've got to get to Bobby Kennedy and his battles against Big Pharma, Big Food, and also pharmaceutical ads on television. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Excited that summer's here. Excited to head down to the shore, to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood, Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you have to be there in person to vote, plus the Elvis debate. And yes, it's Dom Giordano Day. Our headliner, Scott Presler, will be there. It's June 20th, noon till 3. Get the fun, the food, the drink too at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or bentzdentalgroup.com.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke, all perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Special from 10% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels, LL number 7, are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's violent stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dom Giordano at noon, Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
7:30, Kayal and Company as we roll on. How about that? The dark side of music history, the podcast, an Odyssey production. Whoever hosts that show, whoever voiced that, may I recommend Phil Almquist as a cameo guest. I think Phil would be good in that spot. 91 LSXers. He's always good. He just donated $100.
Oh, my buddy. My
Woo!
spirit animal.
Yes.
I love that dude.
Sharon.
Never met him.
No.
But I love him.
Sharon just dropped $25.
Thank you, Sharon.
The money's coming in now. Here we go.
Come on, let's go. Keep it coming.
There we go. All right. We got to take a little detour here for about 10 minutes. I want to get into all things big pharma, big food, big ag, big Bobby Kennedy getting things done. Headline yesterday, saw this courtesy of Axios. Kraft Heinz to eliminate artificial colors Amid Kennedy and FDA pressure, the food industry under pressure from HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to ditch artificial dyes and colors from its U.S. products. And Kraft Heinz, one of the largest food and beverage companies in North America, says it will remove food, drug, and cosmetic colors from its products before the end of 2027. It also committed to not launch any new products with FD&C colors effective immediately. The company said nearly 90% of its U.S. products are already free of the synthetic dyes when measured by sales. So that's a good story. And then I want to get to what I saw from Bloomberg yesterday with this headline. The Trump administration is discussing policies that would make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients in a move that could disrupt more than $10 billion in annual ad spending. And we've talked about this before. And I've said this many times, it's infuriating. It has bothered me for decades of just being bombarded with pharmaceutical ads. And I was just curious to see what the percentage of pharmaceutical ads are on certain networks and, what channels or what type of programming will you see that the most. And I found this from Sportico.com on this subject of pharma ads. And the headline is, proposed pharma ad ban may be a bitter pill to swallow for sports TV. This is amazing. They write the following. They dance in kitchens and in meadows frothy with flowers. They dance at weddings. They dance while fireworks bloom in dark summer skies. They dance in the bleachers at slow-pitch softball games. They dance at carnivals, and there's always a carnival going on. They dance for the sheer joy of having tamed their ulcerative colitis, their skin conditions, and their seasonal allergies. And because 5.09 billion buys a lot of fancy footwork. Did you know that in 2024, pharmaceutical ads accounted for 11.6% of all linear TV ad spending, specifically in sports? And how about this as well? Per iSpot, I don't know what iSpot is, but per iSpot, prescription drug manufacturers last year invested $896 million on in-game ad units, which actually accounts for 18% of the industry's overall TV spend. The NFL is pharma's favorite hunting ground, with 8.7% of the category's spend, or $443 million per NFL season. I am so tired of watching, and I'm one of these people. I don't know if it's because I work in the industry, but commercials are not a tune-out for me. My wife, driving in the car, listening to the radio, my wife at home, DVR, she cannot sit through a 3-minute commercial break. She just can't fathom having to stare at something that doesn't entertain her or listen to something that she has no interest in. Commercials never bother me. I don't know if it's because it pays my bills or whatever, but they don't bother me. But I got to tell you, the amount of ads that you see on an NFL Sunday or a college football Saturday or do this tonight when the Phillies play. The next time the Phillies play a 7 o'clock game, you sit down to watch the Fightins. Sit through all 9 innings and sit through the commercial break and see how many pharmaceutical ads pop up compared to a Turkey Hill ad or, any other food and beverage ad or a car ad. It is unbelievable the way they do this. And I got to tell you, if Bobby Kennedy can make this exponentially more difficult for these companies, I would be 1,000% on board. And I just wanted to bring this back up as well. I've been sitting on this for 2 days. You guys might recall, I think her name was Patty or Patricia. She was a pediatrician that called in a couple of days ago when we were talking about vaccines. I have this from The Blaze, Glenn Beck's site. And the headline is, How Big Pharma Left Its Mark on the Woke CDC Vax Advisory Panel and What Bobby Kennedy Did About It. And if you recall, she was a pediatrician, and I thought she looked at it, and she made some good points. I didn't disagree with everything she said, but she was looking at it from a professional and a personal perspective. I think the rest of us are looking at it from a layman's perspective and a consumer perspective. I want to just point out these numbers here, because I think this is important. Health and Human Services Secretary Bobby Kennedy last week canned all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the federal panel whose vaccine recommendations become official policy at the CDC. Now, there's a bunch of people that are listed here, and I'm not going to go through every single name of these doctors, but they're also attached to dollar amounts that they have received as of April 2025 from pharmaceutical companies. And this is why I don't feel any pain for any of these people that were let go. And I think the audience, in large part, will agree with me here. So one individual that was let go collected $54,000 from pharmaceutical companies, including $21,000 in consulting fees from Pfizer and Merck. Another individual, and you can find the names of all these people. There are a bunch of names that are difficult to pronounce. This guy received $18,000 in what appeared to be consulting fees from the vaccine maker Sanofi Pasteur, and thousands of dollars more from the company categorized as compensation for services other than consulting. Another now let go advisory panel member collected $55,111 from pharmaceutical companies. Another individual, $6,000. Another individual, $10,720. Another guy got 33 and change, 33,000 that is. And then another guy, $25,900. So I'm not saying everybody in the CDC is bad. I don't like, categorizing all medical people as corrupt or all teachers as trying to indoctrinate. I mean, I'm anti-teacher union for many reasons, including people like Randy Weingarten. I think they are activists, not educators. But some of these people in the CDC were collecting big checks and pimping and promoting stuff. And my thing on the CDC is they absolutely failed us during the pandemic. Everything they said about COVID, they got wrong or they were lying to us. From the efficacy of masks to the vaccine, 100% safe and effective, to even hearing medical professionals say, yeah, the whole social distancing thing, 6 feet apart, there was no science behind that. We created it on the fly. So I'm not ripping the pediatrician that called in about, these vaccines that kids get. Look, you can go through each vaccine, be an educated parent, decide what's best for your kid. But I don't feel the smallest bit of sorrow for any of these people that were already making, I don't know, $250,000, $350,000, $500,000 a year in their medical practice. And I don't want to hear about your insurance costs. Everybody's got insurance costs. So get out of there with that. But these people then on the take for more. And when we found out, remember, when that was leaked years ago, I think this was 2022 or 2023, Dawn. Remember the doctors that were giving you the COVID vaccine and the spiffs, the sales incentives? They were getting $25 or $45 per booster and per shot. I'm sorry. I think your integrity is a little compromised then. Do I really need it? Or you just get $50 per jab extra on top of your already unbelievable salary? So I'm curious to know what you think about this.
Well, I will tell you, a doctor did not give me the jab because here in Philadelphia, you couldn't really get it. I got it at the convention center. That's where I was Pfizered. Yeah. They brought in the National Guard. Remember that?
No, I was in Tennessee at the
time.
I got mine at like a local Walgreens or CVS.
And
that was the last time I got it.
In the city, because here, this region, I mean, we were ground zero for some of the toughest, most, I think, strictest, most stringent, and then longest running COVID mandates. But we were pretty much mandated. You weren't allowed to go to work. You weren't, and so it was an intimidation thing. But it was the National Guard. That's who gave me I have a picture of him. That's where I got Pfizered. Was actually
That's where I got Pfizered.
I know
I love the way you said that.
The convention center. I never got boosted, but I mean, everybody was being, kind of intimidated with it, and
that's where I got Johnson & Johnson.
And I've been fine. Yeah, but I'm fine. I thank God. But some people really, I have complaints about that and the fact that they feel like they were coerced. But okay, so as far as this goes, I simply think it's important that we want to restore trust in our institutions. I mean, that's the overall theme, right? Yeah. Even, when you're talking about streaming, that this is the first time in history that you see streaming numbers exceed the traditional broadcast TV. Why is this? In part of it is money, obviously, with going to YouTube and things of that nature and cutting the cord. But another part of it is people are looking for something different because they don't trust, local news or the traditional sources of things. So whether it's medicine, whether it's your doctor, I mean, look at pretty much every institution, the government, we're all questioning everything now because of what we've been through.
Well, and I'm one of these individuals, and luckily I never ended up with a heart issue from the COVID shot like Tony Bruno ended up having an issue with, and we'll get to Tony here in a moment. I have SVT. Now, it doesn't bother me. I don't even know I have it. It's not a...
And what's that? That's the...
supraventricular tachycardia. It's the... my heart goes in and out of, accelerated, but I don't ever feel it. I don't ever know it. I'm not at risk of dropping dead. It's less than a 0.02% chance. Doctors told me after they did my first ablation, they were like, there's still a little bit of leftover electrical work. We could go in there, but it would actually be more of a risk to go in there and mess with it based on where it's located. You're good. You're fine. You're going to be okay.
Yeah, your genes will take you out instead.
Right. No, it doesn't mean I won't drop dead of a heart attack, but the SVT won't specifically kill me. But I got the COVID shot, right? And we know a lot of people got myocarditis. I mean, I could have, in theory, gotten that. And my biggest issue with the trust is I told you prior to the shot that heart history in the family, have SVT. I explained it. They're like, oh, yeah, you're fine. So, and of course, we know myocarditis was a big issue. Now, I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know if 9% of people, 2%, 1%, 15% of people that got the COVID shot ended up with myocarditis. We only hear the stories. I don't have any, hard evidence that shows you a direct percentage. But that's something I would like to have known about.
Well, that's just it. The point of it is, I told you guys, a prominent doctor. I've never named him because what he said. Look, there's something with myocarditis, and you and Michael and David don't need. It's risk reward, is what he said. But they had the evidence even back in the day. Yeah. They knew about this myocarditis risk. Now, if the higher risk, depending on who you are, and if you're allowed to have the conversation with your doctor, the higher risk, if you have some other thing like cancer or whatever, where COVID's going to just take you out, then you have to look at that risk reward.
Sure.
But we know now that for perfectly healthy people, especially teenagers and kids, they really did not need these COVID shots. And I'm calling them shots as opposed to immunizations because I think that's a piece of this that we need to separate out and say there are things like polio. You know what I mean? That we know that those immunizations just prevent you from ever getting that. And we can wipe out some of these diseases.
They do what they claim the COVID shot would do, right? Remember we were told you get the shot for COVID, you won't get it, you won't spread it, the virus dies on impact with you, right?
So I think we need to change that up. As far as RFK Jr. firing that entire panel, there are a lot of people who are critical of that sort of, broad sweep. And I think there's so much else going on that in truth we don't hear, because what are we talking about? War, Iran, Israel, the big beautiful bill, the budget. I mean, there's so much else in the news cycle. And so we'll find out whether or not those individuals are the new people more responsible. I just hope they restore the order and the trust.
I just want more of the Marty McCarys, the Jay Bhattacharya's, the guys that if you're shadow banned by legacy media and the left, odds are you're on to something. Odds are I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. So more of them and less of people on the take. All right, 7:45, right on the dot. Bruno is with us. Greg Stocker, let's get to what's on the cut sheet, shall we?
Yeah. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's making waves with a new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavors in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice at Rita's today. Be Kool-Aid at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important What Up Wednesday Tony Bruno edition.
What's up, Bruno?
Of What's on Cut Sheet.
What up, yo?
What up, yo?
Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. That's my favorite band, and we'll discuss that later. Right? Have you heard of Red Jumpsuit Apparatus?
I have, yes.
Who are these scrappers? Some emaciated scrapper named Ronnie Winter now all of a sudden wants to ban Christians and Trump supporters from his shows.
So
there you have it.
Red jumpsuit
I saw
apparatus.
Red jumpsuit apparatus. Dawn, you're a fashion expert.
She is.
What the hell is red jumpsuit apparatus?
I don't know. That sounds like something that's included in the specialty motel package at certain places. You know what I'm saying?
Come for the heart-shaped hot tub, stay for the red jumpsuit apparatus.
Red jumpsuit. I think that's what you wear in Florida when you get locked up in the state of mustard.
Exactly right. No, hey, by the way, how about my Florida Panthers? I come to Florida, and Florida becomes the hockey capital of the world over the last 5 years.
Imagine that. How many cups have they won?
Multiple.
Yeah,
they've won 2 of their last 3. They're 2-1 in their last 3 finals.
Is it a dynasty?
It's an amazing.
Is it a dynasty?
Story.
610.
Yes, it is. It's a dynasty.
Florida has won more Stanley Cups than the country of Canada.
I know.
Another
Poor
reason.
Edmonton, but you know what? Give them credit, man. They got great people want to play in Florida because there's no income tax.
Yeah.
You think players who have a chance to play in New York, Philadelphia, or any other city that rapes you with taxes when you come into the town, and then you got to pay the city taxes when you come to your city to pay. You come to Florida. This is the land of the free, the home of not red suit jumpsuit apparatus. We don't allow them down here.
Which is a rock band, alternative rock band that the leader of the band says, literally, the leader of the band said Trump supporters are permanently banned from his shows.
I mean, he can say whatever he wants to. It's a free country.
Exactly. Yeah, he can do that.
Speaking of being a free country, Tucker Carlson versus Ted Cruz.
Oh, I love this.
Tony Bruno, have you seen this yet?
I heard you guys at 6 o'clock when you played it. I mean, I've been up. I get up early. I got up an hour earlier today because I woke up and I thought it was 6:30, but it was 5:30. So I just came in here and sat down and have been listening ever since.
I love it. Thank you, Tony Bruno. Well, let's start with that. I think it was in the big take, Phil. I don't know if you have it yet.
Oh yeah, this was the longer one.
Yeah,
where they went in the back and forth.
Yep, roll this.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
what
predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help.
Wow.
I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Tony Bruno, I'll let you break down the back and forth. I just would like to enter into evidence here for those unable to watch the YouTube stream. Ted Cruz is wearing boots in that video, which is very DeSantis-esque.
Well, he's from Texas.
Yes.
Yeah, boots.
You don't mess with Texas or Florida. Listen, what am I going to say? I mean, obviously people have turned on Tucker Carlson now. I mean, it's like wrestling. You know, we have to have a heel.
Yes.
You know, the hero becomes the heel. Actually, I saw a video of the old ECW where and Nick Kayal and I know the famous ECW arena, now the 2600 arena, where Stone Cold Steve Austin showed up once.
He did.
And jumped on the top buckles and was pointing it out when Tommy Dreamer was being held down at the old ECW. ECW.
Yeah.
But you say a lot of people are turning on Tucker. I actually feel like this is not so much about Tucker Carlson, but it's Steve Bannon, it's Tucker Carlson, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're on the anti-war train. And to me, from everything I have seen, this is almost a 50-50 split down the middle. Some people are on board with Trump doing whatever it takes. Other people are like, no, man, I didn't sign up for war. I want peace. Stay out of it.
Listen, nobody wants war, but this isn't. The bottom line is we still have troops stationed all over the Middle East. So the old Barack Obama, well, no boots are going to be on the ground. Well, no boots on the ground. No boots. No, they were hovering over all of these bases all over the Middle East where we have troops and we have aircraft carriers and we have all kinds of material over there just in case Israel is attacked. They're an ally. They're our only ally over there. And so that's the bottom line. Listen, I heard Dawn talking about the bunker busters and the bra busters. And what's the other term you called them, Dawn?
Bra busters.
It's basically the mother of all bunker busters. That
I know,
deeply
I know
penetrative.
the Moab. It's the Moab plus the Moab with 2 B's.
With deep penetration.
Yes.
Well, you got to have deep penetration.
Because that matters.
No, you called them something else, though. You didn't call them bunker busters. You called them something else earlier. And my brain is now fried.
Yeah.
Well,
I was using a certain term.
Anyway.
The term, I believe. I know. No. So I think the term was that first of all, I said it has to be dropped from a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. And it's the GBU.
Not a Spirit Airlines plane.
No.
You don't want to be dropped from a Spirit Airlines flight to Florida from Atlantic City. You don't want to be on that one.
Or Frontier.
It's a GBU. It's a GBU 57AB Massive Ordnance Penetrator and MOP Massive Ordnance Penetrator. Precision guided.
MOP?
One other clip, and yes, Chris Ippolito says that this whole back and forth benefits Tucker 100%.
Yeah, 1,000%. He's getting clicks and people are talking.
No, he did. I mean, I think Greg's going to say.
Do you guys think
he did his job?
Yes,
he did
a great job.
He's not wrong there.
Nobody's of the belief that Tucker ambushed him, right?
No.
Okay.
No, I said the population of Iran 2 days ago on this show, and I'm an idiot. So, don't take any advice from me, and I know it. Why doesn't Ted Cruz know it? Seriously, why doesn't he know it?
See, I would have expected he said well, it's about if you take 3 Texases and put a lot of mountains. That would have been great if he had said that because that's accurate. The Texas is a huge state, so if you took 3 Texases and you put them together with a whole lot of mountains, that's Iran, and the mountains are relevant. That's why that tough terrain makes it tough to invade unless you have the only massive, ordnance penetrator in the world.
Another clip has been released. By the way, Ted Cruz has tweeted out the entire interview. So he's like, they just took out a snippet, and here's the entire interview.
Yeah, the snippet does not flatter him.
Of course it doesn't. So this is another clip that was released on Israel spying on the United States. Does Israel spy on the United States?
Does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other, and I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us, and I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and by the way, I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest...
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, You're not allowed to spy on us. I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Wow. Well, I mean, first of all, I did not know that Israel spies on us. I mean, China, yes. We talked about the Chinese spy balloons. We've seen Chinese police stations.
I think everybody spies on us.
Everybody spies on everybody, and we spy on everybody too.
Why would you want to spy on
Alexa spies on me.
That's true.
Alexa spies on me and my house.
Yeah.
Everybody's spying on everybody.
Yeah, smartphones.
I mean, who's zooming who? By the way, update on the Stanley Cups here from the Stanley Cup world of Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
Stanley Cups for Ron DeSantis, 4. Whoever runs Canada, 0. So there you have it. Your scoreboard update today for the National Hockey League.
Florida is where Stanley Cups go to live.
Florida
exactly
goes to die.
Nick,
goes to die, but cups come to be hoisted. I was watching the whole ceremony last night. Every player, every coach, they get the cup, they kiss the cup, they skate with the cup. There's no other ceremony in sports that they kiss the cup.
Kiss the cup.
And they were kissing it in the same spot. So, by the way, by tomorrow night, there'll be in every strip club in Florida that Stanley Cup will be making appearances.
Absolutely.
Mark my words.
Absolutely.
All right, Cut Sheet continues with Tony Bruno, but let's talk about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group and specifically Acura. Amazing, exciting news for them as Acura, with Piazza just named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and more for your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, and shop online for special offers at piazzaacura.com.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you were into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Anfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Yeah, Hatboro. I'm sure Alexa is spying on you, so you might as well just tell her, crank up 1210 WPHT as we continue.
21 here, Phil. So we presented the Tucker Carlson side. Ted Cruz also went on Fox News yesterday. But Mark Levin says, boy, if this doesn't sound familiar, I don't know what does. You're either a patriotic American who's going to get behind the president or you're not.
Where have we heard that?
Where have we heard this before? Roll this.
You're either a patriotic American who's going to get behind the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, or you're not. One other thing. These little weasels in Congress like Tom Massey.
Oh.
The War Powers Act. And I'm a constitutionalist, he says. And I know the president's not.
That's what I said earlier.
He can't do this on his own. Hey, Tommy, let me educate you about the Constitution. Is the War Powers Act in the Constitution? It was passed in 1973. Was the Constitution adopted in 1973, Tommy? I don't think so. So you're joining up with Tlaib, who supports the enemy. Omar, who supports the enemy. Folks, this is black and white. You're either on the side of the red, white, and blue, or you're on the other side. It's that simple. Oh.
So that used to be the 7 o'clock slot on this station, and thank God Jimmy Fallon
burns his old droopy nuts.
Is in that spot now. Mark Levin yelling for 3 straight hours.
Wait a minute, he's a Philly guy yelling. We have Jim Cramer, a Philly guy, yelling on CNBC. You got Levin yelling on Fox.
Yeah,
you got a lot of Philly guys yelling on network television.
Jill Biden.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Yeah, she's a Philly girl. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah. No hometown discounts from this reporter, folks. The hell with Levin. Yes, good, evil, yes. America, Israel on the side of good. Iran, the axis of evil, bad, yes. But how you go about it, I'm not just going to rubber stamp everything the American military does and say, oh, you know what, I am 1,000% on board. Yeah, let's go in there and wipe out all these buildings and all this infrastructure and all this weaponry, which, okay, I'm fine with that. But you think we're going to get away, without any innocent casualties, right? And by the way, this is different. This is so much different because of the dual factor of not only a political leader, but a religious leader. And I don't care for the Ayatollah, but boy, if we end up wiping that's the thing. Nobody is sitting here saying, at least in my opinion, I have not heard one person with an opinion, a platform, a Twitter account say, I'm cool with Iran having nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody has that opinion. But how you go about it, and then whether or not you actually take out the Ayatollah for a regime change, I would much rather see, Tony, the Iranian people overthrow that government.
Yes.
Than us.
Absolutely. That you're absolutely right. Everybody feels that way. And then again, I think there's no doubt, and I heard you play the montage earlier, which was brilliant, of Bibi Netanyahu going way back to 1995 talking about the nuclear capabilities. But I'll say this. I think Netanyahu is the guy who keeps repeating the same thing decade after decade about the intentions of Iran wanting to abolish Israel or wipe it off the face of them. He's actually closer to reality than the climate nutcases, than all these other existential threat people, all of this guy's Hitler, all of this no kings, not realizing the last time we had a king, what was his name? Something the third. We blew him out on the 4th of July.
Yes.
I wonder if people will celebrate the 4th of July this year, realizing that that's when we got rid of our last king. By the way, when's the No Queen riots coming on? I want to know about that.
And
No Queen's Day.
And
It's Pride Month. Queens are celebrated this month, quite
that's the other
frankly.
thing. It's
Absolutely.
A great point by Dawn. We only have 12 days left of Pride Month. Can we not
Been
soak
long.
it in and enjoy it a little bit?
Enjoy.
Pride Month has been hijacked by the Middle East.
Hijacked.
And by the
At
way,
this point,
Don't
Pride
say
Month
hijack
would
in
be
the
kind of
middle.
nice.
yeah.
Don't say hijack in the Middle East in the same.
Remember that case?
Yeah, that's a good point. So Bibi's been talking about Iran and nuclear weapons for as long as Bernie's been talking about
oligarchy.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Can I was just looking, we've quoted David Sanger with the New York Times.
I have
because
him,
he's
by
the
the
expert. And oh, good. But I just wanted, this is USA Today quoting the International Atomic Energy Agency, and they quote their late May report. So just a few weeks ago, they estimate Iran enriched uranium up to 60% purity, and that is very close to the 90% enrichment level required to build a nuclear weapon. This is according, as I say, to the IAEA and other nuclear watchdogs. And so...
Like the New York Times was all in on yellow cake uranium. You remember that? Like, I don't, like media just goes along with whatever said administration.
Well, this is the International Atomic Energy Agency, so they're saying they don't have it. And by the way, Iran pushes back and says we're just doing this for fuel, for talking about nuclear, energy for fuel. But in this one, these different watchdog groups worldwide, international groups, they say that they were close to that 90% enrichment level. All of that is consistent with what Tulsi Gabbard said. If you really listen to what they're saying within the past couple of weeks, I think they were all quoting this report.
Let's go to David Sanger since Dawn is mentioning him. 27 here, Phil. He says the Iranians have said they're not going to talk while they're getting attacked, about negotiating here. This is 27, Phil. 27.
I do not see movement.
And he has covered and studied this, Iran's nuclear capabilities for about 20 years.
All right, then play the Bibi montage.
Let's go to Benjamin Netanyahu from 2015, 2025, 1995. Here we go.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal,
2018.
the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran
2015.
is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're
2012.
6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Iran is gearing up to have
2006.
to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, time
96.
is running out.
Iran will be capable
95.
of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
That's courtesy of The Daily Show. Now, if you've paid attention there in 2012, he mentioned that 90% threshold that Dawn was talking about. So I'm guessing that back in 2012, 13 years ago, that they were, I don't know, in that 60% area, give or take, probably, allegedly, if those numbers are accurate from whatever, watchdog agency tracks these metrics. Which, by the way, do we know that they're telling the truth? I mean, forget what the media just regurgitates to us. We know we don't trust the media, but do we actually trust the direct source here? Whatever that group is that Dawn mentioned that calculates these numbers, how do we know they're not inflating
Well,
numbers?
remember, we had all these, during, and then when they tried to get Hillary in, we kept giving money to Iran. We kept freeing up money so all of their other bad guys around the region are all capitalizing it, the Houthis and all the other normal.
Yep, Hezbollah.
Destroy Israel. But the bottom line is Netanyahu is more accurate than Al Gore and John Kerry have been for the last 5 decades, all right, about climate change and the existential threat. To me, there's no doubt Iran is a threat. Not to us. They're not going to bomb us here. They don't have an air force. They can't do anything except shoot. So, again, that could cause damage too. But I think Dawn's right. We got to get the Moab B plus X plus 2,
that
and then whatever they
penetrator.
keep adding.
Divided by 4.
Yeah, the deep penetrator. You know, like those massage things you have that you put it on your shoulder, and that thing pounds you and pounds you, and we got to pound them and pound them and pound them.
All right, we have David Sanger now talking about the Iranians.
We don't have David. We could go to Steven Singer.
Roll this.
For Reuters. David, the president met with his national security team today. All eyes have been watching to see what that decision could look like. What have you been hearing from officials tonight?
Well, I think there's basically two paths they can take, but they sort of all end up in the same place. One is what you would call coercive diplomacy. It is going back to the Iranians one more time and saying, look, we put a proposal on the table. The part you didn't like was the fact that it would no longer allow Iran to enrich on its own territory. That proposal gave them a number of years to wind that down while a consortium of Arab states and Iran built the capacity elsewhere. They rejected that, and I think the position the president wants to take to the Iranians is you're going to lose the capacity one way or the other. The only question is, do you want to do it in a negotiated, orderly way, or do you want to do it through the B-2 and dropping this 30,000-pound bomb? Whether or not that diplomacy really takes place, I have my doubts, because the Iranians have said they're not going to talk while they're getting attacked.
Yeah, we've seen mixed signals.
So do we agree that like the time for diplomacy is past? So now like it's either fight or flight?
I feel like something has to happen come high or hell water, hell or high water by the end of this week. I mean, I think we're going to be.
Yeah, they're going to. I agree. I think that's why Trump's telling people to get out of Tehran. And again, You're not going to try to kill as many Iranian people as possible. Iranian people are good people. I've been knowing a lot of Iranians. It's not the populace country. Not everybody's a whacked out paid protester that goes out on demand to protest whatever the latest flavor of the day is. These people are it's a huge country. You look at it on a map, it's massive. The people there don't want to be led by a real dictator. And you said it earlier, Nick, and political threat. This guy's nuts. No, but I agree. Don't take him out. Let his own people take them out. We got to stop this regime change stuff. Drop the bunker buster, get that mountain blown up, and then they'll be another 10 years away, and then they can keep kicking down the road on who's going to be in charge of these countries.
I agree. Let these other.
I'm talking about the leadership.
Yeah.
Not the population of Iran.
Let these other nations and Arabic countries, if they want Iran to go down, Saudi Arabia. There's a clip of one of their leaders from, I don't know, I was floating around on social media from an old 60 Minutes interview on CBS, and he says Iran is not nearly as dangerous. He says Saudi Arabia has more money and more military, this, that, and the other thing. By the way, too, there's a video on X going around where it analyzes the power of the air forces for all the nations.
Yes.
The United States just obliterates everybody. And
number one with a bullet.
Yes.
And significantly,
multiple MOAB.
Yeah.
And significantly, Trump reposted that.
Yes. All right. So you did see that, right? Like
I have reposted it as well.
Yeah. I mean, we've got them outnumbered, 5-1, if not bigger.
But think about it. The timing of when President Trump on Truth Social and on his socials would repost that is significant. I'll also say this. President Trump has been criticized for forming friendships with people like President Erdogan, Turkey. Remember that? And so Erdogan now in Turkey is playing reportedly a critical role in trying to de-escalate the situation with Iran. So this is where, when President Trump, through peace, through prosperity and business deals, has a personal relationship with somebody like Erdogan, and he can pick up the phone and ask him, and Erdogan was very active even over the weekend and reportedly within the past day, that he's playing a critical role in trying to de-escalate and forge some kind of a deal. And that's what Trump is about. And so I think that as much as people want to say, and let us not forget, you played the audio of Trump at the G8, or the G7, I should say, when he made that point, which is an important point, as he looks to the other guys and says, this used to be the G8 until you guys booted out Putin. Maybe if you had not booted him out, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, maybe, just maybe, he would not have done things like, invade Ukraine and putting it on them as well.
Yep.
So he's somebody, right, who wants to bring everybody to the table, keep your enemies closer. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I think that's the diplomacy of Donald J. Trump.
Well, and also, too, we have to stop this funding. You bring up Biden. Remember the unfreezing of Iranian funds.
Well, Obama. With
Obama.
the pallets of cash.
I mean, and I don't know what the number was. I mean, maybe we can look it up. But the reality is, Iran funds all of this terrorism, from Hezbollah to the Houthis. And then, of course, you have Hamas, you have Al-Qaeda, and they've got their fingerprints all over it financially.
We had this whole agreement.
Well, you disagree with that?
I heard the same things about Iraq.
No, Stalker.
I heard the same things about Iraq.
What? That the then President Bush was calling.
Well, it's not an opinion. It's fact that they fund.
Remember the axis of evil? Remember that? Remember that? And
but it's fact that they do fund this. You think it's not fact?
No. I didn't say that.
Remember the first Iranian? Remember the first deal? Oh, we're going to send in inspectors to check out all these nuclear facilities. Yeah, like they're going to go in there. It's like a guy from the Philadelphia. When you get one of those inspectors that comes into your house and say, "Pay no attention. Here's $20. Look away." You think when we were sending in to check out all of the nuclear sites in Iran that was copacetic and that we were just buying whatever they told us? So it's hard to know who's lying. But the bottom line is, I think we can all agree. We don't want war, but we don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, because the people who run Iran are nuts and they will shoot them. No, they don't even have an air force and they're still shooting missiles. So they have no air power. So that's a major, major deterrent for them to say, let's stop this stuff. We keep shooting missiles. We're not gaining anything. Let's just get this crap over with and get on with life.
Tony,
that's what they have to do, because nobody's.
As somebody once famously sang, war. What is it good for?
What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Senator James Langford from Oklahoma is cool with regime change. Roll this.
Supreme Leader. The president posted on his Truth Social platform that America knows where he is, that we could, it implied, assassinate him, but we will not for the moment. Do you think the United States should assassinate the Supreme Leader if they can?
The assassination of any individual, any foreign dignitary or leader on this, but we most certainly need to have regime change in Iran. This is the same regime that's threatened America and Americans. This is the same regime that oppresses their own people, that they use the money that they get from oil money to be able to put towards terrorism, to be able to kill us and our allies. They chant death to America in the streets. We definitely need a new regime there, but that's not necessarily saying that we need to be able to assassinate the Ayatollah as well. But we definitely need to have new leadership there.
All right, so basically,
so how do we do that?
Yeah, so and basically you want Trump to be like Bush. I mean, that's what you did to Saddam Hussein, right?
No, he killed Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, and he's saying kill the Ayatollah.
No,
Saddam.
He said I don't necessarily think we need to kill him, but there needs to be regime change.
Oh,
how is he going to make that happen?
What are we going to do? Force him into retirement and give him his 401k without a penalty before he's 59 and a half?
I mean, listen, he's older than Joe Biden and still has more wits about him. And what Joe was in Philadelphia with his wife and son, and they were at they were filming that Jack Reacher, that roided up guy who plays Jack Reacher now on the TV series. Mm-hmm. That's the big story. How did you miss that, Dawn? That Joe Biden and Jill and Hunter made the long trek. I know, I'm joking. Made the long trek from Wilmington to come to Philly and then have breakfast, and then boom, out of nowhere, filming his show. Why is everybody filming their shows in Philly about crime and bad stuff happening? Like crime and bad stuff are happening here. You don't have to fake crimes for TV shows in Philadelphia.
The best part of the video is how Jill just goes right in and gets her table. She leaves her husband in the bed.
She
just dusted him.
She does. She doesn't talk to anybody. Joe's at least sitting there shaking hands, kissing babies, doing what Joe does.
Oh, because
she runs right in.
Jill's still scorned that she's not in the White House anymore.
I know. You can see that sour puss she has. Just horrible human she is. Horrible human. Jill Biden, the worst human.
Stop.
Thank you. Ayatollah or Jill Biden? It's 6-1.
Come on.
Would Jill tell the Ayatollah to run for one more term?
I think the Ayatollah is going to call Joe Biden and ask him what he would do if he were 86 and in charge. Can you 86 the Ayatollah?
Oh.
Yeah.
Remember, 86 is the big word.
Yeah.
He's 86 years old.
Yeah. Well, if you say you want the Ayatollah 86th on social media, you get in trouble.
Yeah. Exactly. It'll be spies descending upon you.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons. Yes, I see all the comments coming at me. It's fine. Come at me. I don't care. Because you know what? Talk show hosts used to have opinions, strong opinions on things.
Yeah.
Nowadays, talk show hosts just weave around topics and present both sides and say, this person said this person said that. You make up your mind. That's not talk show. Talk show hosts used to have strong opinions on things, but now all of a sudden they want to go against their audience. Give me a break.
Exactly right.
Give me a break.
Exactly right.
Thank you.
So
I don't see anybody ripping you on
So
there.
we have-
Langford
so
does look like Nosferatu. He does look like Nosferatu, though.
So the Warhawks
Langford.
are on the YouTube chat, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's
Okay.
like, they just.
Well, I'd love to hear the YouTubers actually pick up the phone one day and present their opinion.
Yeah.
Not from a keyboard.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Some
As they
people-
hide.
By the way,
some
as
of
they
them are
hide.
some of them are at work. I get it. You can't pick up. I got you.
As they hide behind.
How
screen
come no
names.
one has played? Are the music stations playing the old classic from the Jimmy Carter days of Bomb Iran by Vince Vance and the Valiants? Remember that song?
I do.
Bomb, bomb, bomb,
John-
bomb, bomb.
I will say this,
John
though.
McCain sang that at a
70s.
rally.
Yeah. I will say this in regards to this is a very split topic that we've been talking about these last couple of days. I am surprised that more people, and I don't really care one way or the other. If you don't want to call, that's fine. I mean, we have three of us talking. We don't do a lot of phone calls on this show. But nobody has an opinion on a phone call for 3 days about Iran, Israel, and the United States. How is that possible? We know that this is almost a 50-50 split issue. Nobody has decided to voice their opinion.
Oh,
That's staggering to me. It's one person.
Yeah.
The biggest issue.
Yeah.
The biggest issue.
Because nobody wants to take a firm stance on anything.
Aw. I thought
That's
this was
the problem. Nobody
was,
wants to take a
I
firm
thought this
stance on
was the
anything.
side that had the backbone. The backbone, the brains, and the balls. Where is it? I don't hear it. Either side, whether you want war or you don't want war.
No one wants war.
And I love when you get
idiots.
these tweets sometimes too.
Idiots.
Like they're like, I'm not really well educated on the issue. Oh, well, you're correcting me on grammar. Okay. A lot of people just very contradict. A lot of hypocrisy. I don't like it out of my people.
I want to play this. So I had this on the cut sheet earlier this week, or maybe it was last week, and I never played it. And I think that there's a reason Tulsi Gabbard put this out. You guys know what I'm talking about? She visited the sites of Hiroshima, however you say it, and Nagasaki, where we dropped the atomic bomb. And she had this plea about nuclear war. And at the time, I was just like, "Wow, this rings true of Tulsi Gabbard because she's always been kind of like this." But now, looking at it in hindsight, do we have to think about this a little more? Why she put this out?
Okay,
let's play a little bit of this. Roll this.
I recently visited Hiroshima in Japan and stood at the epicenter of a city that remains scarred by the unimaginable horror caused by a single nuclear bomb dropped in 1945, 80 years ago. It's hard for me to find the words to express what I saw, the stories that I heard, the haunting sadness that still remains. This is an experience that will stay with me forever. This attack obliterated the city, killed over 300,000 people, many dying instantly while others died from severe burns, injuries, radiation sickness, and cancer that set in the following months and years. Nagasaki suffered the same fate. Homes, schools, families, all gone in a flash. The survivors, the hibakusha, They carried the pain of extreme burns, radiation sickness, and loss for decades. Survivors of this attack were asked to put in paintings and drawings their own memories and how they felt and what they saw, and those paintings.
I don't know, guys. Look, let's dissect this. She put this out last week.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
And the implication that you're making is that she's advocating against the war, as in
is this a warning? Is this a? I don't know.
To me, it feels like, and I have profound respect for anybody that ends up in the military, like Tulsi Gabbard or any of our great veterans that listen, that come out of it and they say, I'm anti-war. There was a viral tweet yesterday from somebody that was got a huge following, former military member, who says, I've fought in enough fake wars. I think I'm going to sit this one out. And that, to me, is kind of the same opinion that I have. So, to me, it sounds like she is saying this is what we can look forward to in the event we go down this road again. That's how I interpret that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but she's not talking about the United States, because Iran is not going to nuke the United States of America. She's talking about if they have the capability of dropping nuclear bombs on Israel, that's what Israel would look like. Because that's who wants to drop an atomic bomb.
I don't know, Tony. Phil, go move ahead like 2 minutes if you can, to kind of like the very end. Keep going. All right, roll it there.
Your powers. Perhaps it's because they are confident that they will have access to nuclear shelters for themselves and for their families that regular people won't have access to.
Can you rewind it for like 30 seconds? Because the end, right there.
To darkness and cold, killing crops and starving billions. Acid rain would scar the earth, wiping out entire ecosystems. This isn't some made-up science fiction story. This is the reality of what's at stake, what we are facing now. Because as we stand here today, closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation than ever before, political elite and warmongers are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between nuclear powers. Perhaps it's because they are confident that they will have access to nuclear shelters for themselves and for their families. That regular people won't have access to.
All right, stop it right there. So, it feels like she's talking out of both sides of her keister there. At one point, she says it's other governments are fear-mongering, as if we shouldn't worry about this. But yet, simultaneously, she's saying how destructive this could be if, in fact, it does happen. So which one is it? And by the way, another thing that nobody's talked about, North Korea has 50 nuclear bombs? How is it, and maybe this is a totally different conversation, how is it that we allow, and I say we, the United States, because we, the United States, are saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, which I agree with. Why do we allow North Korea to have 50 nukes? I know the funny joke is, Trump calls Kim Jong-un a little rocket man. Yeah. Why do we allow that country to have 50 nuclear bombs?
Yeah.
The U.S., Russia, who has nuclear weapons? U.S., Russia, France, China, the UK, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the club.
I don't like anybody having them except us, to be honest.
Was that video, did she drop that video as kind of like a justification for war? Or is she warning us against listening to politicians now?
My first interpretation was that she was anti-war and warning us not to take the bait on, because we've heard Bibi for 30 years saying Iran nuclear weapons. I have no idea. But then again, she's gone from not being allowed into one meeting to then being in the next meeting.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is and again,
remember, she's still active duty national. She was actually out with National Guard duty last week.
Yeah.
So the point is, she's been in combat. She's been in combat zones. But one of the things she says in there that hits home is that there are warmongers. She's not a warmonger.
No,
That's why she left the
Nor is
Democratic
Trump.
Party.
Right.
No, and Trump's not a warmonger. But the what's his face down in South Carolina, that nutcase, he loves war because they all make money from war. And by the way, Josh Shapiro was signing bombs during the presidential campaign last year, up in Harrisburg, so that we can send bombs to Ukraine to bomb Russia. So people make money on war. That's the biggest problem. War is cash, and war is a cash cow for all these places. And you saw what happened with one of the war material companies. They're out there now getting ripped because they want more. They want more.
Yep. All you need to know is when Nikki Haley says we should not engage in a regime change in Iran, that kind of ends the debate. I mean, when Nikki Haley is saying that's too much.
That's a very good point.
Right? I mean, short of Lindsey Graham saying that.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
I mean, the debate should be over. Although I'm telling you, I really believe this, and I'm going to use a artificial intelligence meme to illustrate my point. The faux Jerome Powell parody account on X used artificial intelligence to morph Trump's hair with G.W. Bush's face. There will be Trump supporters that leave like the MAGA camp if Trump goes to war with Iran, because there's a lot of people that joined MAGA, I believe, and I joined it for many reasons, but there are people that are like, we're not about war. Like we didn't like the Bush regime in 2003 and 2004. Don't be a Bush. And I think people are scared of that.
Because Republicans at that time who voted for George W. Bush, who voted R, felt betrayed because of everything that was later learned.
Sure.
Real quick here, just on Tulsi Gabbard, because I was searching, just trying to remember her recent visit to Hiroshima, is that even the foreign press was saying her remarks were unusual, echoed Russian talking points on the war in Ukraine. So I think that at that time it was reported that she was referring to Russia, Ukraine.
But this dropped last week, though.
It did, but I'm assuming that she visited amid the D-Day stuff, because she visited, it dropped actually like June 10th-ish. But then remember that this summer in August commemorates the bombings of Hiroshima, right? That was in August. The two different bombings. Yeah. So it's an 80-year commemoration, if you will. So I think that she was referring to the nuclear powers and talking about that because of Russia, Ukraine.
It's funny you say Russia too. You know who loves all of this? Russia, right? Everybody's got their eyes on the Middle East.
It's true.
Putin's sitting back saying, "Boy, I could take a little more of Ukraine."
By the way, Ray Costello in the YouTube chat says, "I voted for Iran to never get a nuke." So this is what he voted for.
Okay, and those people exist. That's fine.
I mean, look,
Iran claims they're just dealing with nuclear energy.
Yep.
And Iran, for the official, claim that they claim that they're not doing this, they have not done this, and that they're simply working on, best energy policy.
Yeah. Senator Cruz was also on Fox News last night. Says we can destroy nuclear facilities in Israel because Israel has challenges with destroying it themselves. We need to help them, is what Ted Cruz is basically saying here. Roll this.
A nuclear weapon. I think the odds are unacceptably high that we would find out with a mushroom cloud over New York City or Los Angeles or Tel Aviv in Israel. And what Israel has said is we are going to act. Israel's a tiny country. It's the size of the state of New Jersey, and they are taking out Iran's military with surgical precision. They're taking out virtually all of the senior leaders of the military. They're taking out their nuclear scientists. They are leveling nuclear facilities on the ground. And I think President Trump is exactly right to say we stand with Israel. And I'm with the 75% of Americans that agree with the president's strong stance to keep America safe. That's the commander-in-chief's number one job, to protect American lives and keep America safe. That's what Donald Trump is doing today.
So he references 75% of Americans there. I can tell you exactly where he got that number from, and I think this number is fugazi and bogus. Trafalgar polling a group put out a poll, how many people would support Trump in doing, I don't know if the wording was whatever it takes to end Iran or something to that effect, and 75% said yes. I think that's a BS poll.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think it's anywhere near that.
Well, I think the wording of it, too, is what makes it,
True.
Voting to keep America safe is a lot different than bombing the Middle East.
Right. And with all due respect to the guy's quote that you read on the YouTube chat of, I voted so that I voted for Iran not to get a nuclear weapon. I mean, maybe you were thinking about that, but I got to tell you, the last thing I was thinking about was Iran and nuclear weapons when I decided to punch my ticket for Trump.
Well, I don't know. The Jewish vote that Trump got was the biggest since H.W. Bush or whatever. I mean, maybe that was a deciding factor for a lot of them.
I'm glad you brought up Jewish people. I'd like to hear from Jewish people in our audience. The American population consists over, I think, about 4.2% of people in America are Jewish. I'm assuming we have Jewish people in our audience. I would like to hear from Jewish people. Are you on board with the United States doing whatever it takes, or are you against it? I would also like to hear from our vets that have fought in combat, that have been boots on the ground. What do you think? Forget random people. I want to hear people with a vested interest presently or in their past life. 855-839-1210.
I think the other problem is we have troops all over that region. We have them on ships. We have them in airplanes. And so I think that's the biggest problem for Trump, that if we drop the bomb and then if we bust the bunker and wipe out whatever is underneath ground there, the bottom line is that our troops will then be in harm's way. And once our troops are attacked all over Europe and all over the Middle East, that means we are now officially in another world war. That's the problem. It's not about they're going to bomb us here and they're going to come to New York and drop a bomb. They're going to start taking out our military people with their drones and their missiles because they don't have an air force.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's the biggest concern for the people in America who have family members stationed all over the world, sitting there waiting for something bad to happen. That's what would kill Trump as far as his popularity. That's why this decision is so difficult for him.
No, it's a great point, and I haven't even been thinking about it from the labeling of World War III. But Trump was the guy who said, "I'm the guy that's going to keep us out of World War III."
Before you get to these calls, I just want to play J.D. Vance said in 2024. This is cut 18, I believe. J.D. Vance warned during the 2024 campaign that the Iran-Israel conflict most likely could spark World War III. Roll this.
I think the most likely and the most dangerous scenario is Iran and Israel right now. So obviously the Israelis are on high alert. They just had this terrorist attack. They're dealing with Hamas. What if in North Israel, a bunch of Iranian-backed militias start killing thousands of Israeli civilians? Okay, so the Israelis invade, do the Iranians counterattack, and now you have Israel, Iran in a regional conflict. The Turks probably have to get involved. The Saudi Arabians probably have to get involved. And then that is the sort of thing that could balloon into World War III.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I mean, okay.
Right?
I know, but I'm wrong.
You think JD Vance is wrong?
No. I don't. Okay. No, I don't think he's wrong there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying that, he should listen to himself from 2024 and say, hey, you know what I mean? Like, if we do this, are we sparking a powder keg in the Middle East?
Well, but I also think when I read JD Vance's tweet in the Big Take, and this is where I agree with him and Trump, I do think Trump has earned the right for us to give him the benefit of the doubt with the way he's handling this, because he has 10 years of history that backs up the fact that he is, not a wartime president. He doesn't start wars. He finishes wars. He only uses calculated attacks to take out random bad actors. So I think he's built up enough equity. But also, if he gets it wrong and we do end up with hellfire and brimstone, well, then his feet needs to be held to the fire for that.
Yeah. Listen, go over. Ed Durr has a great point. He's on the YouTube chat. Phil, put up a poll. Put up a poll on YouTube and see how this audience thinks. Plus, we have a ton of calls too. Put up a poll. What's the wording? Should the U.S. bomb Iran? Should the U.S. get involved? Like,
we're already involved. I mean, let's stop like we're sitting this one out from the sidelines in defensive postures and all that nonsense. We're involved. Anytime Israel's in a conflict, we're involved because they're our tag team partner. Let's call a spade, okay?
And we were involved in Ukraine. We were involved in wars in places we shouldn't have to worry about.
Yes.
Because
Okay.
the Ukraine situation is totally different, but we're arming them. And we're sending our money to them. And we don't even know where a lot of that money goes when you send it to Ukraine. So
should the U.S. bomb Iran's nuclear sites? Put that poll up. Vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We have to take a real quick break, but on the other side, calls.
Yes, let's get calls. And also, I think a lot of people are going to say yes to the bombing of the nuclear. I'm fine with that. I think where the big question comes down, where it's split, is should America wipe out the Ayatollah? That's where you're going to get the most.
No, that's not going to happen. I don't think Trump wants that. I think
I don't want it to happen either. But
clear about.
I think the question is there's a lot of people back and forth on both sides of that.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. If go over there right now and vote on that.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-472-0467. 800-472-0467. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-472-0467.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Keep free speech watch live. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
855-839-1210. That is the number. Kayal and Company as we continue. It's a Cut Sheet Wednesday with Tony Bruno from Florida.
Yeah.
Ask and you shall receive. I said I would like to hear from some Jewish individuals, and Ed in Maryland identifies as Jewish, according to my call screener. So let's talk to Ed in Maryland. You're up next on
Is he a
Talk Radio.
Maryland dad?
That's
Is he a Maryland dad?
Is he here legally? Hello, Ed.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good. How are you?
I remember listening to Tony Bruno with Howard Eskin on his podcast. What a podcast that was. Great podcast. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
And so I'm Jewish, and if you go to Israel, you'll notice there's either very religious Jews, Hasidim, or many, many Christians. The rank and file Jew isn't in synagogue anymore. I belong to a conservative Jewish synagogue, not conservative politically. I'm talking about conservative, not Orthodox, not Reformed. So,
got it.
garden variety. The Jewish community is not really as pro-Israel as it was, let's say, in the 60s. With Bobby Kennedy and, Sirhan, that whole era, that was, they were really, the Democrats were really, really pro-Israel at that time, and Jewish, but not as much, the politicians are Jewish.
Yeah.
Notice like Schumer and Moskowitz and, all of those folks, they're Jewish, but they're loyal. Their whole politics is not congruent with their, ostensible faith. The one thing I have to say, I wanted to call a couple weeks ago, and I didn't get on with Dawn, but the Iraqi war post 9/11, most people don't realize this. We honored the petrodollar agreement signed by President Nixon at Camp David in 1974. What was the petrodollar agreement? We protected the Saudi kingdom. The Saudis did 9/11.
It's true.
Okay? But did we hit Saudi? No, because Saudi told us Iraq is our enemy, because they remembered in 91 the Scuds came to Riyadh via the Iraqis.
Yep.
It's a whole rivalry in the Middle East.
Yep.
And one more thing, and I'll let I know you have callers. The whole thing is watch what Saudi wants now. What Saudi is the driver behind a lot. And I don't, listen, I'm not, whatever Saudi is, I don't, I'm not going there. But they're the driver of a lot of our foreign policy, in my view. Not reported by many. Okay.
And you think,
Thank you.
and the driving force because of the connection with oil with the United States as a buyer?
Well, the Saudis were going to do the Abrahamic Accords with the Israelis, and that was a threat to parts of the Islamic world that didn't want that.
Yep.
See, it's all rivalry. It's all, there's a whole, you guys weren't around, well, Dawn was, for the Iraq-Iran war, but they've been at battle for a long time.
True.
This is an old situation here.
Yeah.
It's not just started in 2000 and, 25. It's been going on for, I can remember.
It's been going on my whole life, and I'm 41. Ed, you're a great call, and the overarching theme: money is the root of all evil. There, Mark is in Philadelphia, and then we'll continue with the cut sheet. Mark, you go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everybody. First of all, I feel so bad for the people of Israel and Iran and all these places because it's just a government. It's just playing checkers. Well, I want to make a couple points. First of all, first thing is, remember when? Well, it wasn't too long ago, but I know there's a deadline with Iran and a whole nuclear thing. But the talks were supposed to be this past weekend. I know they said 60 days. But Trump said the same thing about the hostages. If they don't release them in 5 days, all hell's going to break loose. Whatever happened to the hostages? They still have hostages. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And another thing is, there's a reason Tulsi Gabbard wasn't invited to Camp David recently with the Iran talks. And my last point is, you guys remember Christmas Story, right?
Sure, of
Mm-hmm.
course.
You know, the little kid with the Jeff cap and the tall kid, and the little kid goes around and picks on people because he knows he has a big guy behind him.
Yep.
Who ends up getting his ass beat?
It's true. The big guy.
that is Netanyahu, and the big guy is the United States.
Okay.
We're going to get the worst of it. I love you guys.
All right, Mark. There he is, Mark in Philadelphia. Do we have an updated number on the hostages that are still over? I know, Dawn, you always typically update us on that. Is it 12?
It's, believed alive is the critical number. So the last we heard, they were hoping that at least 23 hostages are still alive.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, the poll right now. Should the U.S. bomb Iranian nuclear sites? Would you guys be shocked to know that no is winning right now at 54%?
No, not surprised. No, a lot of people don't want any involvement with this.
But it's always the most vocal. It's always the most vocal.
Of course it is.
That are the ones out there saying no, we need to do this. It could be the end of civilization.
Yeah. Well, Lindsey Graham can't wait to get on television.
How many times has Ted Cruz and all of them threatened us about a mushroom cloud over New York City? How many times have we been threatened with that? I'm just saying, this is not a new situation.
No, you're right. And the amount of people that are, not that I'm coming here to your defense because it's, I banged on you earlier for 9.6 miles per hour on a bike. But the YouTube chat criticizing you for being anti-war, the YouTube chatters that are having that opinion are in the major minority. I mean, literally, I would be willing to bet that the pro-warmongerer element of this Republican Party, the MAGA party, because that's what it is. This is not the old Bush party. This is the MAGA party. There's very few people that have that Lindsey Graham mentality.
Do you know that? I don't know, because again, we see the most vocal. We see the Charlie Kirks. We see the Jack Posobics. We see all these guys on social media that are very pro-Trump, that are against this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just me.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's why I said. I mean, if Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, and Marjorie Taylor Greene are against it, and they're going against Trump, I mean, that's why that should be your green light to be like, you know what? The more I think about it, I'm kind of against it.
Yeah.
It's okay to say that. Steve Bannon went to jail for Trump, and he's even saying we should not be involved.
Overnight.
But involvement is not, we have troops. This is the problem. This is such a convoluted thing.
Yeah.
We have troops all over Europe. We have aircraft carriers to protect American interests. Israel is a part of America's interest. Again, I'm not even Jewish and I understand what's going on. There's people that have to go into bomb shelters.
Yeah.
You know, here in Florida, when we get a hurricane warning, people go run for the hills or go get out of town. So in Israel, they deal with this every day. The fact that we have to take out their nuclear capabilities. It's not going to war because they are depleted. And I don't want the Ayatollah to be wiped out. I think the Ayatollah should come to Philadelphia, sit down with Joe Biden, and ask him what he would do. Or ask Dr. Jill, his chief of staff, what he should do.
I'm all
asking people on sports, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We either need to get it back to the Eagles, or we have to get it to.
Maybe we can spend 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. No, I would.
Yeah,
man,
I'm all Middle Easted out.
Yes, I did.
Don,
I know I missed the great Jim. Remember Jimmy Tayoun, the former Philadelphia city councilman with the Middle East restaurant downtown Philadelphia.
Love Jimmy.
Those are the good old days, man.
I want to talk about pronouns on TikTok.
Well, we'll get
you happy, Fred?
We'll get to that. Plus, at 9:10, we have
Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Yeah. Fight.
It's the boat edition. It's the boat edition.
The boat edition.
The boat edition.
Are we going to need a bigger boat?
The Fight Club has come to the 7 seas. The 7 C's of the 7 C's.
Beautiful, man.
YouTube.com/@12.
I love voting.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Vote on the poll question right now. Should the U.S. bomb Iranian nuclear sites? 53% right now say no. Dawn, were you going to say something?
Just that the headline with Israel at war 621 days ago was October 7th, and at least 24 of those hostages or less still believed to be somewhere down in some caves held by Hamas in Gaza. But as far as, while we are speaking, fresh Israeli strikes reported in Tehran, the IDF says 1,100 Iranian targets have been hit since Friday. So basically, they continue to shoot back and forth, but Tehran has taken a beating.
They need us. They need us for the big one though, right? I mean, they
to
can
take out that mountain.
They can do these little strikes, but they need us for the big one.
The Bra Buster. Oh no, that is an old movie sequence.
The Deep Penetrator.
The Deep Penetrator.
Within the past half hour, the UK has withdrawn their embassy staffers' families from Israel.
Wow.
So this is never a good sign when they start evacuating the embassies in Israel.
I agree. Dawn, can you talk to us about Piazza?
Of course, Piazza. We are all broadcasting from the Piazza Premium and Piazza Auto Group studios right here at Odyssey World Headquarters. And it's really an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. And there's a reason: best overall brand, most trusted brand, and best value brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CR-V, the Pilot, the Honda HR-V, it's very sporty and quick and powerful like I just got, you're choosing a vehicle that's backed by real drivers just like you. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online first. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com for all the special offers, and they give them daily. So PiazzaHonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9:03 on a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company rolls on. The cut sheet continues. Tony Bruno with us live from Florida.
Yeah.
7 minutes out from Fight Club.
Woohoo!
Because fights equal rating.
Boat edition. Get on.
Yeah.
Get on
Boat
a,
edition.
Get
By
on
the
a,
way,
yeah.
we need to do a WNBA edition because it seems like if you want to see women pulling hair, it's not just in Waffle Houses and all over the streets. The WNBA now is the most physical league in the world. How about that?
Kayal Clark got dusted yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, wow.
They were throwing down last night in Indiana.
They were. By the way, this never
white girl on white girl crime.
It's
There's nothing like
amazing.
white blondes on blondes.
Yeah.
Another great series of videos that I have in a collection somewhere on VHS. Blonde on blonde hate last night.
Poll question, Phil. Who has a shorter shelf life remaining? Caitlin Clark or the Ayatollah?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Fight Club coming up in 5 minutes. You're going to want to get over there to see the Fight Club Boat Edition. This, by the way, again, Gigi Gadget, who was our contributor yesterday, stepping up, sent me another one. Too good not to play today. By the way, the Never Ending Cut Sheet sponsored by Amazon. Okay, I've got some good news and I've got some great news. The good news is that Prime Day is almost here. The great news this year, you'll have 4 days to find deals on all of your favorite things. Shop Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. Shop Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. And then the Kayal company or family financial situation will happen on July 12th.
My monthly financial crisis summit meeting, where Tulsi Gabbard's welcome to come to.
I wanted to play this, so youtube.com/at1210WPHT. Everybody get over there now. I wanted to play this because I forgot to play it yesterday. Yesterday, June 17th. You guys know what June 17th was yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the 1 month warning before my anniversary with my wife.
Okay.
The 30-day notice.
Bunker Hill.
No, it was, well, okay, it could be both of those things.
It was the continuation.
Was it the escalator, Trump coming down the escalator?
That was June 15th.
No, that was
the 16th or 15th.
The 16th.
I get everything. Between my birthday, Dawn's birthday, Father's Day,
birthday, holiday.
You know, all the other things going on. It's hard to keep track of everything going on in June.
Was it the day Jaws 2 was released?
It was the day in 1994 that the O.J. Bronco chase happened.
Oh, man.
Do you guys remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Silly me. I was thinking about the
NBA
American Revolution.
During the NBA playoffs.
Yes.
That game was interrupted.
Yeah, Knicks, Rockets, NBC cut into it.
This was, thank you very much. That's where I'm going here. This was the 1994 NBA Finals, Knicks, Rockets, happening on primetime on NBC television, and then they broke in to show the White Bronco. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT to relive this 31 years ago yesterday.
Back when the NBA was not woke.
Roll it.
Back in his days at Ohio State, he'll give up his body.
Oh, Anthony Mason goes down.
From Anthony Mason. 6:39 remaining.
Marv Albert.
Did he miss the bunny?
I was going to say this was before. Here, pause it for a second.
Yeah.
And rewind it. This was before Marv Albert got
his little sexual
Bit anybody?
thing.
got busted,
Yeah.
with women's lingerie and was biting people and
Right.
stuff.
I mean, Marv Albert in a hotel room.
Spank me.
Was that 97? Was that 97, 98?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. All right, roll it again.
Days at Ohio State, he'll give up his body as he took the hard hit from Anthony Mason. 6:39 remaining in this first half. Knicks by 2.
And then they break away. Here we go. There you see the
We
Bronco.
interrupt this
We are
program.
looking at live pictures of Interstate 5 in Los Angeles. We believe that white vehicle, which is being trailed by a phalanx of California Highway Patrol cars,
James.
belongs to Al Collins, who disappeared with O.J. Simpson earlier today. Shortly after Mr. Simpson was informed that he was going to be formally charged with the murder of his wife and the young man who was with her at the time.
It was like 9 p.m., so prime time, East Coast time, 6 p.m., West Coast time.
I remember watching it in my living room.
Tom Rock.
I was on the air on ESPN radio when that was happening, believe it or not.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I remember it vividly. I mean, we're watching the game.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Tom Brokaw.
My dad was so pissed he had 25 on the Knicks plus 6.
And that's before you had legal sports books.
That's
He
right.
was called Nunzio Guido.
That's right.
Rocco.
Yeah, he met
all
up
of
with
those guys.
He met up once a week with Guido.
Yeah. June 17th, 1994, the O.J. Bronco chase. I mean,
I was obsessed with the whole case as a kid, as an adult. I still am. Any documentary, any book. Yeah, everybody has a book, right? Everybody's
Everybody has
writing
a book,
books.
yep.
If you write a book on O.J. Simpson in that case, I will buy it.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, I'm a mark for O.J. books. And by the way, the Ford Bronco is back in production, by the way. Have you seen that the last couple of years?
Yeah.
They took it away for a long time.
But in Philly, it's the white Nissan. I think that's the hot car right now. Right?
Exactly right.
And by the way, Anthony Mason going to the rack before they cut away. Dawn would describe this. If Dawn was doing sports, she would say, Anthony Mason, he is a...
Excellent penetrator.
Yep.
Yes.
He penetrated the paint. He got to the rim.
Penetration.
One more before Fight Club coming up in exactly 1 minute. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT. This is 20. So, a woman confronted a, quote, transgender man wearing a bikini after he tried to go into a girl's bathroom.
Oh, I've missed this type of content.
So this is at they're at a young kid's softball field. Okay, so he tries like this guy, this degenerate, this creep who needs what does Sean Ferris say? Short needle, long nap.
Yeah.
This guy has a woman's bikini on with his big gut hanging out.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Hey, I'm leaving, so you don't have to worry.
If you want to practice your transition, you don't do it at a young kid's softball field.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Exactly right.
Can you imagine?
Yep.
No.
He should have been locked up right there. Right then and there, he should have been locked up.
So now you said he tried in the description to go into the bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta stay out, homie.
And then he was like, "Don't worry, I'm leaving." As he has his little pretty bikini top on with his big gut hanging out. Look at that. Look at that guy.
Looks like me.
It's like sloppy Chris Christie.
He does. No. He does look like sloppy Chris Christie.
Sloppy. No, Chris Christie's much fatter than that guy.
Speaking of sloppy, let's go to the boat.
Let's do the boat.
Oh,
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings. Kayal and Company Friday. Fight
Oh, sorry.
Club.
You got knocked the out, man.
That's the wrong one.
Oh no!
Fight Club on this. Wait, just operating, firing on all cylinders today. Fight Club on this Wednesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, one priority you. Visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the ever important and ever popular Fight Club. So this was submitted by Gigi Gadget, and it's the Fight Club Boat Edition. So you'll see some bikinis, you'll see some women fighting. There's women on a boat, there's women off a boat. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You guys ready to see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Not to brag, I see that every day here.
Look at this.
On my patio.
Oh, fighting in the water.
All right.
Fighting in the water, and then this woman.
Who spilled the high noon? Oh, look at this. Drowner.
Look at them.
Dunker.
Look at him. There's just women fighting in the what is that, a lake?
Yeah. This can't be in the South. This doesn't happen in the South.
Wow. Look at
This
that.
has got to be a Northeast lake.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys.
baby.
What do we think? Nice, right?
They look good. They
Yeah.
look fit at least.
I mean,
Yeah.
This is not safe.
See, this is what happens when you're whacking White Claws all day. Things get weird.
Yep. Got a little liquor.
And the hair pooling in the water
Yeah.
is that's
Not cool.
That's a good.
I like bikini, red chick bikinis trying to officiate this. It's like, knock it off. We're on film. You're gonna spill my
Girls on film. I mean, who doesn't love girls on film?
You're gonna knock over my Stanley.
Yeah. Easy K has a great point, or EKZ, excuse me, has a great point. Must be in the Ozarks. Yeah, the Ozarks. They have that area up there where it's like, that's like a big party. Party area.
Yeah, but there's a lot of places. There's a lot of places where you do that. Like here in Florida, there's all these little islands where you just tie up and everybody floats and ties their boats together and their jet skis and stuff.
Yeah.
But this one got ugly.
Yeah.
It got ugly. But there was not a lot of fist. Well, there's some fist and mostly hand slaps.
Yeah, hand slaps, hair pulling.
CNN would characterize this as mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful.
Right.
But very wet. Very, very wet.
Wet and mild.
Yeah.
Apparently, groups are going around Los Angeles paying illegal alien street vendors thousands so they can stay home and evade ICE agents.
Of course.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, man, that's the thing these days.
24, Phil. Roll this.
California.
Vámonos, está muy peligroso.
Vámonos.
Y 200 para cada uno,
See? They're being paid. Groups buy out street vendors amid ICE raids. So who are these people that are doing this?
Well, the
Three
FBI
vendors
is...
selling on PCH in Long Beach warned it's dangerous and then given hundreds of dollars to stay home. The local Hearts Foundation, in partnership with the Singer Realty Group, is one group caring for vendors and giving them the money they need to survive, to stay inside and not go to work. K-Town for All is another organization doing these buyouts, and so far they tell us they've raised $60,000 for 36 families in Koreatown to cover their rent, bills, and food for 30 days.
I'm just curious.
Arrest them.
I'm just curious. Did they do that for the businesses that were looted and destroyed during the riots?
Or the homeless veterans?
Yeah. That's unbelievable to me.
Imagine this is your life mission to make sure that people that broke the law are able to stay here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought Trump came out and said, and shocked his own administration when he said, he put out an edict, anybody involved in the food, restaurant industry or farming work, certain industries, leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
So if these guys are in the food industry, you know what I mean? They don't have anything to worry about.
I believe
By the way, Ana Navarro last night on CNN said, who's going to milk our cows if they start, arresting?
Oh, my God.
Does he not know that we have machines to do that now?
The bigger question is who wants to milk Ana Navarro?
Well, nobody. I
didn't think so. Yeah. Good God. Is she now? Maybe I have the information wrong. She's a Republican.
No, she
allegedly, yeah.
She claims that she's a Republican.
I've never heard her say one thing in favor of Republicans.
And she, at some point many years ago, was like a Hispanic Republican liaison to somebody's campaign, a gazillion years ago.
Right. Mm.
So that's how she claims.
She just follows the money and the milk trucks.
By the way,
who's going to milk our cows?
The YouTube vote is still open. Should the U.S. bomb Iranian nuclear sites? Still 56% say no.
Wow.
So 56-44. I mean, it's still a close vote, but the no's are winning, as far as the YouTube check goes.
56%, huh?
And by the way, the calls have kind of done the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I asked for it.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear it.
This New York City mayoral candidate is also the comptroller.
This is
Brad
what an
Lander.
idiot.
This guy had a publicity stunt yesterday where he was just accompanying somebody and he was set out in handcuffs. See, the problem is that nobody knew who this guy was, and he's running for mayor of New York. Now everybody's talking about him. He held a press conference and everything.
yeah.
Let's play some of the video of him being quote-unquote accosted. Roll this so you can see the... There you go. Yeah.
What a moron.
This guy's trying... I'm just trying to get through.
Yeah. So was Padilla.
Yes. You see the video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You see the video.
Yep.
Now remember, he's standing there right next to a guy and not even paying. Then he sees the cameras, and then he immediately puts his arm around the guy to pretend that he's protecting him. He's the comptroller of New York.
Yeah.
And obviously the governor is out there, and
Hochul,
Kathy Hochul,
who supports him,
is out there defending him.
Mhm.
And by the way, Kathy Hochul's face is now frozen. One of her eyelashes, she's starting to look like Nancy Pelosi's face. Her face is so Botoxed up. Seriously, look at her eyelash. Look at her eyelids.
Yeah.
Her eyelashes, her eyebrows
She got a makeover.
are like frozen.
Yeah.
You can't even mow over her mouth.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
And of
Thank you, Nancy.
And of Nancy. And
So-
then yeah.
Let me just give you the background on the story. Okay, so this is one of the mayoral candidates, New York City comptroller and Democrat mayoral candidate. This is Brad Lander. Nobody really even knows who their comptroller is. But rather than, do his job that he's paid to do as the comptroller, he has been spending time, at least 3 days, in court, in immigration court. Part of the story is that right now what's happening is that individuals who came into this country within less than 2 years ago during the Biden administration under that app. Remember the app that they created that then was determined to be illegal? So these individuals believe they're going to make their court date, and they think that they're following the process because they've been going to all their court dates for amnesty and on their pathway to citizenship. And what happens in these courtrooms is that the courts are now saying under this administration, your case is dismissed because that app was illegal. It was proven to be illegal. So now these folks go in without an attorney. They think this is just a quick procedural court thing, but in fact it's dismissed, and boom, ICE agents are waiting there, and they quickly arrest them, take them away, and deport them. That's what's happening in New York and across the country. And so this guy decides to go to court and confront what you're seeing.
It's amazing. So I looked at some of the polls just now for mayor of New York. Andrew Cuomo's the leader at 38%. This guy that you talked about and we just played is not even showing up on the list.
He will now.
The socialist is at 27%. New York would rather have a socialist than this bozo.
Now, the other piece...
There's like 17 Democratic candidates, aren't they? I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah, it's Cuomo and an easy victory, I think.
What were you going to say, Dad?
So Lander and the socialist Mamdani, who you just referred to, they have basically, I know people are saying it's like shadow campaign. They both endorsed one another. And so there's a lot of money flowing back and forth. He's a partner with Mamdani, who is the socialist candidate.
Wait, so Cuomo and Mamdani have each...
Not Cuomo, Lander.
Oh, okay.
The comptroller.
Speaking of endorsements, has Spadia endorsed Chittarelli yet?
No.
He's probably... I'll just defend it. I imagine he's waiting to go back on the air, so it'll be a big tease.
That's a good point. Great call, actually.
I'm thinking like Greg Stocker, brand manager.
Yeah.
Good call.
He then, this Lander then took to the public and held a press conference. Roll this.
And so I just engaged in that tradition of accompaniment, of trying to bear witness, of trying to walk peacefully with someone, of trying to make sure that the rules are followed.
Oh, this guy.
The rules are followed.
Oh, this hideous human.
Did he think he was on TikTok?
He says, quote, I just engaged in that tradition of accompaniment. It was a publicity stunt.
Of course it was.
Of course.
Hack.
I hate hacks.
And then Kathy Hochul goes out there and has a sign defending him in front of that same podium.
Yep.
I mean, it's a joke.
I'm not sure that Kathy Hochul and I would agree on today being Wednesday.
No.
What a detestable person. That's New York for
Does
you.
anybody even know what the comptroller does? I mean, he's supposed to control the money, right?
Right. Supposed to watch.
The comptroller.
Supposed to be sort of an auditor. Watchdog, if you will, over the...
And by the way, his wife, Dawn, as you probably know, is also a grifter. His wife makes money through his endeavors as the comptroller. So it's all
What a shocker.
They're all crooked weasels.
Yep, you're right. 855-839-1210. Ben is in Abington. Ben, you're next. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, Nick, first I want to say this show rocks. You make my wife and I laugh every day.
Oh, thanks.
And I wanted to point out, I did a Greg Stocker and Googled it. It takes 3% of enriched uranium for a nuclear power plant for energy and 90 for the bomb. So where's Iran up to 60%?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that leads me to believe they're lying about they want to use it just for energy. And do they really have any functioning nuclear power plants? Show us. So I'm leaning towards bunker buster.
So you're on board with that as far as a course of action.
Who are you going to call?
Okay.
The deep penetrator.
No, Ben, I mean, look, you are in the, 44%, I believe, right?
54% to 46%, no to yes. Mm-hmm. So there you go.
And by the way, I'm not against, obliterating what they have. If you're going after, I'm fine with that. I mean, I just don't want boots on the ground. I don't want endless wars. I was never against Soleimani being wiped out. These isolated, specific things. I'm fine with that.
It's 20 some years later. The whole boots on the ground concept is a little.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It is antiquated.
Yeah,
You're right.
like we're not going to fight a war like that anymore. So
no, we got boots to asses at least. Though. We got boots to asses thanks to the Rock.
And does anybody actually think that we are really in a position right now where if we actually sent soldiers that we'd be able to handle? I know the recruiting numbers are good and things like that. And we talked about the amount of Air Force statistics that we have that trumps every other nation. But are we really equipped to fight something like that with bodies on the ground right now? I wonder about that.
Iran, yeah.
Of course.
Iran's a ragtag operation. I mean,
I don't know if they're a ragtag. They've got, but I will just say, I mean, right now, I guess what you mean they're in shambles because of all the 1,000 Israeli strikes.
I mean, they can't keep up with. I mean, yes, they're bigger than Israel is, but if we get involved, they're done. We can obliterate the country.
Right, but then there are consequences. That's why Putin. Well, we've talked Tony. We've talked about Putin now. You're engaging everybody, and as Tony has said, we have bases all around that region.
Yep.
So, to me, I still think the debate is: do you just get that stealthy B-2, that spirit, and just
we can't
evacuate
just do that though?
What?
We can't just do that. There's going to be then we're dropping bombs on Iran.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like, well, we'll just do this and then they'll forget about it.
Here's what I want. When we come back, I want to come back with the rejoiner music with the Gap Band. You dropped the bomb on me. Can we play that coming back?
What about Vince Vance and the Valiants? Can't we play a little bit of that? Bomb, Iran.
I want no part of any of this. So if you want this, ask Phil Almquist to run the board because I ain't doing it.
Boy, that's the one. You, man? That is the one thing. If you ask Stalker, it's amazing. Stalker only gives away the music for denominations.
It's true,
right?
It's absolutely true.
Which, by the way, Linda Kearns.
Next week is Peter McKeon from Highlight Electric, and then Linda Kearns will be
Linda.
Well, we're off, so then I don't know. It'll probably be sometime in July when we get to Linda Kearns.
So the one thing I'll say about the talk of this GBU, the massive ordnance penetrator, the bunker buster of all, isn't it just big talk? So you think about Trump and everybody talking about this, and then it becomes the threat. So that Iran says, well, we don't want that mountain taken out.
Right.
They describe this as precision, low risk, and especially Trump said, when was that? Sunday or whatever? Everybody get out of Tehran, evacuate, and this is 100 miles south of Tehran. So if they've evacuated that area and there have been mass evacuations, then that makes it easier and cleaner to take out the mountain. And so now, if you are the Iranian leadership, whether you're the elected president, who nobody even says his name because he's pretty much just as the office manager, obviously the Ayatollah is the one who's really has the ultimate power.
Right.
But in that one, it's a little bit of a game, is it not? To psych somebody out, and then you have Erdogan from Turkey, and they're saying, hey, let's just have a truce here, agree to have the inspectors come back in and inspect everything, and go on as business as usual. I think that, so all of the above, it's all true, but in part, some of this, and you go back to, I was just looking at the history of it, take down this wall, Mr. Gorbachev, Reagan. Mm-hmm. How did he psych out the competition, if you will? It was with, it was Star Wars, basically. It's all this we have all this technology and capability, when we really didn't, but it's all that big talk game, too.
Kayal and Company, we continue. Big three on the other side. Stay right there.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating.
will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, 9:30, it's Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno with us for a couple of more minutes. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip as well as what occurred today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, Don Stensland with the Big Three. That's what's on tap.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, something we haven't gotten into that much, is we are sponsored the Big Three by Kitchen Magic. And so it went viral last night as we learned that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem had been hospitalized. No one knew why. They said she was rushed to the hospital. Then they reported she was conscious. She was speaking. And this is, of course, the Department of Homeland Security. Former governor, obviously, in the Dakotas. So taken to a D.C. hospital, rushed there by ambulance. We now know through a DHS spokesperson that she had some kind of an allergic reaction today, transported to the hospital. They said just out of an abundance of caution, and she's now recovering. And so I know CNN, I believe, broke the story. It went viral. And then at some point, somebody called her the Ice Barbie. There were people speculating that it was an allergic reaction to Botox.
I thought she might have pointed a gun the wrong way.
That's not true.
Jesus.
So this went viral.
Look, allergic reactions are nothing to.
I know, not a joke.
About.
Not a joke.
Nothing to joke about. It's you know.
I'm allergic to bees.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it a bee sting? Is it peanut butter? Is it shellfish?
Shellfish, yes.
I'm just thinking of all the allergies, the allergic reactions people have to things. I'm betting shellfish. I'm going to say shellfish.
It's a very common one.
She could have had her purse stolen at a nice restaurant.
Yep.
She was a little frantic. Maybe she ate a shrimp when she wasn't supposed to. And next thing you know, her throat swelled up.
Just curious, Dylan. Do you get allergic reactions to Botox injections?
So I believe that
I'm not joking.
Anything like that, but I think if somebody had an allergic reaction, I know with pineapple, peanut butter, any kind of nuts, or something like a injection of something like Botox, if somebody had the allergic reaction, it could be deadly.
Yeah.
Bees. There's some people who don't even know that they are allergic to a bee until one stings them. Remember, we had locally an officer, and he went into a coma and later died.
Yep.
So, yeah, these allergies are nothing to mess with.
Yeah. And remember, when being pulled over by the police, if you want to avoid the ticket, just do what Tommy Boy did. Chris Farley. Get out and claim there's bees. Bees are everywhere.
Boy,
great reference, Tommy Boy.
That was a reach for a reference, man.
Like that one.
But it's a good one,
man.
By the way, here's not a reach. How about this one? Have you seen? I sent you guys this picture last night talking about Botox. Kristi Noem looks like a different human being. She looks different. I don't even know that everybody was like, "Oh, this is like a fake Joe Biden." This looks like a fake Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem looks like I don't even know what she looks like. 8 years ago. She looks like a different person.
Yeah.
She looks like she's aged 20 years in reverse. The hair's longer, the face. I don't even know that these are the same people. That's all. She's got a lot of work done.
I don't know, though, because then you said that on our group text. So then I look back at photos of her, and there are some when she's younger when she looks the same. I met her a couple times, and when she was campaigning on those Women for Trump events, and she looks the same to me. She's very pretty. The one thing I will say is that she has lost. I know she works out, and she's really into that, but she was tiny when I met her. But she has lost so much weight.
Do you think this is a transformation to be in this role since she's, forget this role, but she's looked like this when she was the governor as well. And then she's obviously been did she magify herself?
I think part of it is she has, 4 kids, she and her husband. So she was working on a farm. If you look at pictures back, even when she was in high school, she looks the same as now. But there was a period in there where I think she's having kids. She had 4 kids. She's working her keister off. And what is she doing? Like a lot of moms, she wasn't spending time on herself. Now, clearly, she is in hair and makeup.
Oh, yeah.
And she gets hair extensions, and she gets good lighting and great lip liner. So I don't know if I don't know. I know that you think she had work done. It might just be 2 hours in hair and makeup.
Yeah, could be.
And she's taking care of herself, and she's working out, and she's eating right.
Works for me, Dawn.
Thank you,
2 hours
Tone.
in hair and makeup would not work for me. I tell you that right now.
But that's. I think when she was if you look at her when she was, and part of it was in the governor's office, but when she first got in there, but she was having kids, and sometimes she looks, exhausted, and she doesn't look like she spent a minute on herself. I think that's part of it.
Well, when
we all got to take care.
Farm, right. When you're on a farm and you're out there with the jeans on, and you're milking the cows or whatever you do in North Dakota, South Dakota, wherever she's from. But the bottom line is, she cleans up real well. A lot of people clean up real well.
That's right.
Tony,
but Kathy Hochul is the one who's an absolute mutant now.
No. By the way, Nick, you could benefit from a little time in hair and makeup. Get that shine off that dome.
No, that's
natural. Man. What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Tony,
Tony has a dome, and there's no shine on his head.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's true.
Powder. Does Miss Robin powder you up?
Yeah.
No, I don't put powder on. I got the good lighting going on here. I put the shades down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Our studios don't have good lighting. That's just a fact.
No, I would argue our studio does have good lighting. I just don't utilize it because when I come in here, I feel like I'm walking into Fox News. Purple fluorescent lights, and good God.
All right, let's keep going, Don.
Number 2, The View. The View hosts, man, they push back against Arnold, and he dominates their nasty message. Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he speaks out, and he has a great message. But that went viral last night when, The View host, I think they were trying to talk about immigration and get him to say some things. Yep. And Arnold, right, talks about what immigration did for him and his life. I thought that was a great moment.
He terminated Joy Behar. It was great to see.
Terminated.
By the way, probably the worst. I would say probably, would you agree he was the least popular Republican governor you can recall in the last 25, 30 years?
I think.
Well, when I moved to L.A., he was the governor. So I moved there in 2000.
Yeah.
And he was the governor, and people loved him initially.
Did they really?
And then they turned on him.
It's true.
Okay.
And that's what happened.
Yep.
Okay. I remember a lot of the negative PR about him.
Yeah.
Was it the nanny thing?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think that happened afterwards.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
Yeah.
I'm not going to bring it up.
What else is in the news?
So number 3, as Greg Stocker has said, he likes this, if you know, Liquid Death.
Yes.
It's this canned water, but it looks like it's a beer.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it causes cancer.
Well, quite the opposite, my friend, because what is Liquid Death? What are they doing? Well, Liquid Death teaming up with none other than Ozzy Osbourne to sell the Prince of Darkness's actual DNA. It's dubbed Infinite Ozzy, the ultra limited release featuring 10 empty cans of Liquid Death iced tea drink that was consumed by Ozzy himself.
Oh, for God's
Each
sake.
one sealed to preserve traces of his genetic material.
Now, what about bat? Is there bat guano in there? You know, did we take the head off a bat back in the day?
Look, I like
He's trying to steal what's her name's thunder though. The chick that has the soap. What's her
Gwyneth.
name? The
Gwyneth.
hot blonde chick.
Yeah.
Well, there was the candle.
No, not Gwyneth. No, the new
Oh.
one. The new one.
Oh,
that
that's
has the
right.
bath water.
Oh, Sweeney.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, Sydney. Yeah.
Yeah, Sydney Sweeney. Yes.
Wood. So, what is this liquid death? It's just a
So,
hyped up water?
The DNA loaded cans.
I
They're
just drink-
basically a collectible.
I just drink the mountain water, by the way, because it's just plain water. They have all kinds of like seltzers and fruit drinks and all that other stuff. I just drink the water. The only reason I drink it is because it helps me with my intake of water, because I know I'm gonna get 19 ounces of water in one can. You know what I mean? So it just helps me that way.
I will say too, it's gold and blue, like a fancy can. It looks so. If you are a non-drinker for whatever reason, it's a great thing to have at a party.
Yes.
It's expensive, but it's great to have because it looks like you're imbibing.
Sometimes I take it to pick up my son from school, and all the teachers look at
You're
me
like,
like I'm
Mr.
drinking
Stalker.
like I'm drinking beer.
Oh, my goodness.
Every time I've seen you with it, my first thought is that it was an energy drink.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like super duper loaded up.
Right.
Like what was the one they had?
Monster.
Loco. No, back in the day.
Oh,
there
yeah,
was this
Loco.
one.
Loco, yeah,
It was
yeah,
something Loco.
Four Loco.
Four Loco, yes.
Four Loco, and it had all that taurine in it.
It did.
You know,
Lots
and
of
that's what it
taurine.
was.
Yep.
And now there's like 7 billion energy drinks.
Yep.
But that's false advertising.
It is.
If I bought a can of Liquid Death thinking that I was going to die and then nothing happened, shouldn't I sue them?
Yeah. No, liquid death means the death of plastic bottles. See,
I did not know
See,
that. How am I
Because
supposed
it's
to
in a
know that?
can.
Who reads
Yes,
labels?
it's a play.
Who
It's a
reads
play on.
labels?
Play.
It's a play on water. Or it's a
I
play
get
on
it. I
words
get it
because
now.
Plastic bottles are not good for the environment, so
Or
aluminum
you.
cans are. So you have them there. Yeah,
There's no
there.
seepage.
All
So
right.
each hand-signed Ozzy can,
Yeah.
it's just a collectible, $450,
Oh,
by the way.
all right.
So we are sponsored by,
$50 cheaper than the Trump cell phone.
or at least you get a usable phone.
Made in China.
Made
by
in
the way.
China.
Made in China.
By the way, folks.
Hey, financial numbers, by the way, expected today. So we'll see what PAL does. Kitchen Magic, stuck in traffic on the way to the shore. Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen from my friends at Kitchen Magic. American-made, family-owned, tariff-proof. This June only, this month. Get 24 months, same as cash financing. What are you waiting for? Visit kitchenmagic.com. Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Tony Bruno, thank you very much as well, sir.
Own.
Good night, everybody,
Good night, everybody.
and God bless America.
Good night, everybody.
And let's drop that baby. Let's drop the Moab. Just precision planed. Boom. Get in, get out, as we used to say.
Yeah. It's like sex with a wife. Get in, get out. Boom. And you're on your way.
Ew.
All right. We'll come back. Movies, music, preview. You know the whole deal. And by the way, Jerome Powell, Fed, he won't do anything today. I'll answer that question for you as well.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles all month long. Right now during the Jeep Tops Off sales event, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $420 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hey, buongiorno. Dom Giordano here. After nearly 15 years of European splendors, I'm so excited about our tour to Sicily and Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like Conservative Tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs and the Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood. The Byzantine mosaics of Monreale attest to this distinction. Local wineries where dining events will amaze: Marsala, Trapani, Cephalou, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All this $55.44, including airfare. Call 888-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. Conclude with one of the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. I'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina. We'll have an Aperol spritz in the afternoon sun. Ciao, Philadelphia.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
9:51. It is Kayal and Company. The music on tap. The Dawn Show, 9 minutes out. But before all of that, we get to a Wednesday edition of Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Commander-in-Chief doesn't have to sell anything. He has constitutionally unlimited power in wartime. And you have the capacity to do anything you see fit.
What's that thing you got there?
This is a sign-off. It authorizes us to use interrogation techniques against unlawful enemy combatants with maximal effective persuasion.
Like pulling out their toenails?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Friday, July 11th at Wildwood Public High School. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com, hosted by our very own Dom Giordano. All right, best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Phil Almquist, dare I ask, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 18th, we celebrate the birthday of Paul McCartney, who's now 83 years old. Heavenly birthday shouts to Carl Radle from Derek and the Dominoes, Signal Coot Pound Cake by Van Halen in 91, Panama by Van Halen in 84, Yankee Rose by David Lee Roth in 86, yes, there is a theme, and Would It Be Nice by the Beach Boys in 66, Albert Who Dare to Be Stupid by Weird Al in 85, Mirage by Fleetwood Mac in 82, Elias's debut in 90, and Origin of Symmetry by Muse in 2001. Also in 2010, John Lennon's handwritten lyrics to A Day in the Life sold at auction for $1.2 million. In 93, Lollapalooza began in Vancouver. In 2000, a museum including permanent exhibits on Jimi Hendrix and Nirvana opened in Seattle. And in 2006, Paul McCartney turned 64. By the way, he wrote When I'm 64 when he was just 15. But lastly, on this day in 84, Judas Priest is banned for life from Madison Square Garden after concertgoers trashed the venue, causing over $250,000 in damage. And yes, the ban is still in effect. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Humquist.
So good. Always delivers. And coming up in 6 minutes, Dawn delivers, and she tells us what she has on tap.
Yeah, so we'll check in with Congressman McKenzie again, Ryan McKenzie, on what he's advocating for, obviously, in Congress, as well as a native Pennsylvanian. We'll check in with him and also talk about, why he's interested in things like consignment stores. So we'll, hone in on that. One of the issues we'll hone in on. And President Trump talking about blue-collar wages, Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, talking about things that we haven't seen economically in many years or ever. We'll get into that as the Fed Chair Jerome Powell is expected to hold that news conference later today. So we'll do some economics. We have so much going on. Obviously, all of the breaking news that's happening here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, regionally, nationally, internationally. There's a lot to go through. So we'll get through all of it live and local. Stay tuned.
All right, Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody. CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20%